What up? Morning. 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 How's it going? How's everybody doing? You feeling good? What's the haps? What's the hippity hops? Hippity hop hip hop hips. Dee 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 beep 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 beep. Tramp stamping a beholder? I know, right? I know. People are afraid of my genius, my innovation, my innovative genius. Beep 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 beep. How do I change the size of my chat on YouTube? Doesn't seem to want to do. It doesn't want to give me my usual. Nah. Oh well. I'll just deal with looking like this. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? How's your August been? It's almost the end of August, 2025. Oh, how time flies. I forgot the context for that entirely. So have I. I do not remember why I tramp stamped a beholder, or how it came up. Time flies like an arrow, fruit flies like a banana. It's going good. Long weekend here in the US. Family's taking me out to birthday dinner Sunday. Nice. Is it your birthday dinner on? Is your actual birthday on Sunday, or is it just the dinner on Sunday? End of August is traumatic. Back to work soon. Teacher problems. Yeah. Yep. School holidays almost done. Back to the start of a new year. A whole new year. It's been an intense month. Glad it's soon over. I can smell winter coming. I can smell winter ending, thankfully. Also, smell winter's come. Ugh. A pretty good week though, not gonna lie. Nice. Just NGL in it, keyboard. Actual birthday was yesterday, but Sunday's the soonest everyone was available. Fair enough. Where are they taking you? Is it gonna be a surprise, or is it like your favourite restaurant? Those are the only options. Happy birthday, Calamaya. Hopefully you had a good day. 26, right? Is no one going to appreciate autumn? We don't really have very pronounced autumns and springs in New Zealand, it tends to go from being very cold, like I need the bed heater on and I need to have long pants and long shirts and jumpers and turn the heater on in the car. And then there's like maybe 2-week period where I'm like, oh, I don't really need to put my bed heater on, and oh, maybe I don't wear long pants today. Actually, maybe I wear shorts. So, you know what? I think I can do without a jumper. And then you're like 2 weeks of kind of back and forth. Oh no, I need my bed heater again. Oh, maybe I don't. Oh, maybe I do. And then after about that 2-week period of like maybe, it's now we're in shorts and t-shirts for the next 6 months. Autumn kind of falls flat for me personally. Ew. Lots of Australia doesn't have proper seasons, but we do in Canberra. All 4 of them. All 4 in a day. I love autumn when the temperature's manageable and the pollen stops torturing everyone. Yeah. Here the leaves are beginning to change colour and fall off. Not ready for the cooler weather. Cold weather sucks, man. I think I've just been lucky enough to miss out on a lot of cold weather recently because I've done a lot of travel. Cold weather's fine when you are like prepared for it and you know that that's what you're gonna get and you're choosing it. Like when I went to Canada last year in March and it was like, yeah, we're gonna go skiing and snowboarding, and like that was the whole point of the trip. And all of the houses there are actually built with like really good insulation and heaters because they know that it's very cold there, and so it's all prepared. So you can be nice and cozy, and then you go out and be like, I'm gonna wrap up warm and go out snowboarding today, and that's a choice I'm making. That's fine. But when it's just like you're just living your life and it's so fucking cold in your house that you just don't want to get out of bed, and like you have to wrap up warm for everything you're doing, and everything feels sluggish and slow, and everything takes more energy because it's so tiring and so cold. I hate that shit. Over the hotter than hell weather, bring on the cold. Yeah, that's the other end of the scale. Global warming would be fine if it was just warming up the winters. Warming up the summers too. It's Melbourne that gets all 4 in a day. It certainly does. Yeah, I remember Melbourne weather. It's pretty crazy. Had to go out my fur blankie the other night. We don't have autumn or spring, short summers, long winters. Unplanned trip to England this February when it was packed for Australia was probably some unwelcome cold weather. Yeah, prepared for a was it? It was March, wasn't it? Prepared for a March in Perth, and I ended up with a March in England. I was like, oh boy, good thing I brought one jumper with me. If I wasn't on pills, he'd be hard pressed to get me out of bed in winter. Yeah. Yeah, on the really cold mornings, I have to like roll over and grab my heat pump. Grab my heat pump remote control and go beep 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 and turn that fucking thing on, and then go back to snooze on my alarm. And be like, by the time it's done snoozing, maybe the room's actually warm enough for me to for me to be able to bear getting up. Live your best hoodie life and hot water bottle. Yeah. It's nearly hoodie season. Dressing gowns starting to not cut it anymore. Dressing gowns working for me. Ready for all the flies and cicadas to be gone. Yeah, that's one good thing about winter, I guess, is you don't worry so much when you go out about like fucking mosquitoes and flies. Booked all my Melbourne stuff yesterday. Nice, Joe baby. You excited for it, huh? I was meant to do some more travel booking yesterday, but I didn't really get around to it. I was doing some editing instead. Like most Eastern Coast Australians, I've been to New Zealand more times than I've been to Perth. You know, Dred's never been to New Zealand. Isn't that crazy? Dred spent their whole life on the east coast of New Zealand. East coast of Australia, and they've never been to New Zealand. What are we doing for the charisma check today? We're in it. What do you want to do for the charisma check today? Watching footy for some of the bad weather. It was crazy. Know how much Rob loves football, so I'm not going back. Grimpy Town beating Man U. Grimsby beat Man U? Alright. Why were they even playing Man U? They're not in the sim. I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about football. Grimsby. Grimsby. Yeah, short days in winter. I feel like I never see the sun. That's probably the worst part of winter. Is just like how your day is just done, and you're like, fucking hell, my day's over. It's like 4 p.m. and it's just dark out already, and I don't want to go outside. It's cold. Stupid sunlight. Stupid daylight saving. Rob, do you know if you're doing anything on the Friday at PAX? That's the only day I can go. I'm not doing anything on the stages or anything on the Friday at PAX, but I am going to be at PAX on the Friday, so if you see me around, absolutely come up and say hi. I'll be probably checking out some of the panels. I'll be walking the floor a little, maybe. I'll certainly be spending some time with friends that I only really see once a year. Dred's been to the States but not New Zealand. Better fix that in a hurry. We're working on it. We're in very preliminary talks for plans for getting Dred to New Zealand at some point. New dono goal: get Dred to New Zealand. New Zealand is the only stamp in my passport. Nice. Yeah, they stopped doing the stamps, didn't they? Got to see everyone's characters. Built my character all the way to level 9, so it's ready for whatever level the group picks with the multiple iterations and options. Surely not. Finally made it to a charisma check. Welcome in, Seb. Grimsby beat Man U. Grimsby's a League 2. Man U is Premiership. It was a League Cup match. Grimsby beating them is a precursor to the apocalypse, hence the weather. How did Grimsby beat Man U? How did that even happen? Is it because all of the Man U players earn like £7 million a fucking game, regardless of whether they win or not? Because it's fucking appalling. Appalling runaway bullshit capitalism. Given that Rob doesn't really fully wake up until about noon, winter days must feel very short indeed. Yeah. Yes. Very much that. Winter, you leave for work and it's dark, you come home and it's dark. It feels very heavy. Yeah, this year particularly, I've really felt like I can understand the seasonal affective disorder. SAD. Seasonal affective disorder? Makes it seem like you're effective. I'm so envious for the folks that can make to PAGS inconveniently on the other side of the planet. Well, get on a flight. Looking forward to watching the PAX live streams again. Death Roulette was very fun last year. Well, Death Roulette's been accepted again this year, and I've got some very fun guests for it. You want to hear who my guests are for Death Roulette? You want to hear who's going to be joining me on the stage? Joining me on the stage, I have currently got in alphabetical order of their Discord names. This year I will be joined by Alentrick, also known as Arlo, a D&D YouTube Shorts creator who lives in Melbourne. I'll be joined by Daily Dale, aka Dale Kingsmill, whom I will be chatting with on my short rest over on the Saturday the 6th of September from the Monarchs Factory YouTube channel. I'll be joined by Dreaded GM, aka Dreaded GM, whom you all know. I'll be joined by Ellen K. Graham, aka Junie, my sister from Dragonlance. I'll be joined by Fall Cosplay, aka Nixie from One for All Deerstalker Pictures. I'll be joined by, who's this? Phoenix Cross? Phoenix Cross. Oh, the OE makes an E sound, doesn't it? Phoenix Cross. I don't remember who Phoenix Cross is, but whoever they are, they're going to be joining me on stage for Death Roulette. Because I messaged Phoenix and was like, hey, any chance you're going to PAX this year? And she's like, I've heard people talk about it, but hey, silly question, what is it? I was like, it's a nerd convention, baby. And she's like, oh, that sounds fun. I was like, it's so fun. You should definitely come. And she's like, how do I get tickets? And I was like, join me on stage. I'll give you a 3-day pass for free. That's how I get all of my friends. I just pretend like they're my friends because I give them a pass to PAX for free by joining me on stage. And she was like, I'm gonna do it. I've bought my tickets immediately. She within like an hour, she was like, I've bought my tickets. I'm going. I'm like, fuck yeah, you are. Love it. I'm so excited for her. She's gonna fucking have such an incredible time. So Phoenix is joining me on stage. Robert Hartley GM apparently is going to be there. I've heard wonderful things about that guy. Winter's Tales, whoever that is, Winter's Tales, they're going to be joining me on stage. AJ Winters, and then Zach's Peak Skiante. Zach's Peak Skiante, whoever that is. They're going to be joining me for Death Roulette as well. Never heard of Robert. Can't believe they let that Rob guy back in. Well, believe it, baby! There's no getting rid of me. I'm like syphilis. No, you can get rid of that. Herpes. I'm like herpes. You can't get rid of me. Have you seen that Adam got a 3D printed dragon from the trip to Germany? I didn't. That's very funny. I hadn't seen that. It looks like a YouTube's thingy. Oh, wow. Nice. I look forward to seeing it. I heard that AJ is the best DM in the world. Well, one of them. They had to have two people win that category to be just as good as me. So it's kind of like the end of Guardians of the Galaxy, where it's like they can't. No one person can hold it, but if they share it between them, then they're powerful enough to take me on. I pronounced Zach Speaks Giant wrong. It's Weed Steve. Yeah, Weed Steve or some sort of Weed Steve variety will be joining me on stage this year. There is also one space open on my panel for a special guest potential. That I am still waiting to hear about. I'm not holding my breath. I don't think it'll happen, but if it did, it would be pretty awesome. So that's the cast, potentially plus another one. We'll see. You're gonna formally hand over your trophy to AJ? No, that is mine, and she can pry it out of my cold dead hands. Besides, it's meant to look like me, so. It's my trophy. It looks like me. She won. She did win. Yes, AJ and Whitney. Between them, both won the Best Dungeon Master award at this year's Crit Awards. Me, AJ, and Whitney need to do a dance contest for the final winner. Those Adam Uwu Dragon outtakes are very unsettling. They really are. They really are. I'm like, that is so disturbing, Adam. It's so disturbing that you have that going on. Ian McKellen? It is Ian McKellen. Can you imagine if it was Ian McKellen that was just going to join me on stage at PAX Australia for some fucking Death Roulette, Dungeons and Dragons shenanigan bullshit for like 1 hour? That'd be so bizarre. Oh, fucking hell. Stretch. Stretch. I'm gonna shift my microphone over here a little bit. Oh, shit. I'm gonna shift it over here and see if I can find a way to use it as a shadow over the camera. If I shadow the camera a little bit, maybe. It's not working. It's not working because I took the massive fucking words are failing me. It's too early in the morning for words. I took the massive sound isolation shield off of it. It's not working. Not working. Oh well. I'm coincidentally rewatching the Dance Off episode of AOA. Dance Off? Oh yeah, they went into the clubs. The clubs of Philibern, Althalas. They went into Althalas casinos and stuff and went into the Terran subterranean club. That was some good episodes. Does that mean they got the exact same amount of votes? Apparently so. Hard to believe, but apparently. It took 2 DMs to replace the actual best. Exactly, Nerdwitch. That's how I view it. Because it benefits me. Really looking forward to the BTS of the finale? Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. There's so much to discuss. I'm very excited for people to be seeing it. There's so many comments been like, will Rob do a BTS of like all the things in this campaign? I'm like, yes! I do it every fucking week. How have you missed it? Join me on Twitch. How hard is it to get people to know that you do a thing, that you exist in the space, and you're like, hello, I'm here. I've always been doing these things. Come and join us, please. The sunshine and the long stretch is giving serious Disney princess vibes. If A, B, and C are 3 lines, how do you geometrically prove A times B plus C is equal to AB plus AC? Seb, come on. If A, B, and C are 3 lines, how do you geometrically prove that A times B plus C? Well, I mean, it's just a square. It's like a rectangle, isn't it? B plus C, chuck the lines together. A times that, you have to put them perpendicular to get anything that makes sense when you're timesing lines. So you'd get B plus C is the length of the rectangle and A is the width of the rectangle, and then you're just doing A times B plus C is the area of the rectangle made by A times B plus C, and then the area of that is going to be the same as if you just split them apart, and it's A times B plus A times C. 2 smaller rectangles. Geometric proof. Done. Also, Rob, we killed the slut dragon. What? Who killed the slut dragon? Why? How? When? Why? What? I need to refresh my list of questions on my tracker, see what still needs answers. Yeah. Have you been keeping a track of all of the answers of the campaign? Things that need to be given a satisfying ending. He's still the only DM I've played with, which is either nice or weird. I'm learning about abnormal behaviour in psych class, so I'll let you know. Yeah, let me know in time whether it's nice or weird. Yeah, but will he do a BTS? Sorry, I had to. Don't throw things. Work's been nuts lately. Haven't been able to listen to BTS for a while. That's a shame. Well, they disappear after 2 months, so make sure to catch up before they're all gone. Didn't you even have a YouTube short about your BTS recently? I did. Yeah, we posted a YouTube short onto the Viva La Dirt League D&D channel recently saying, hey, I'd go through all this shit on my Twitch. Like, come and join us on Twitch. And I didn't see a huge uptake in people on Twitch. I was expecting like there to be like a bam, suddenly another 500 people, but no. Asking Rob a math problem, it's like casting a spell. If he fails his wisdom save, it's ensnared and must spend the next 1d8 turns solving the problem. 1d8 is very generous. Yeah. Quick question, because I probably won't be online for the last episode. What was the reference for the sheepdog in Honeywood? I really thought about it, but I can't figure it out. Well, I'll go over it more in more detail in my BTS, and you can watch the VODs for it later. But in a summarized nutshell, Vanessa, the Furbolg druid, was the sheepdog at the end. Was the Greg's sheepdog, and she was unable to turn back from dog form. Did anyone add a slut as wanted notice? Just wanted for being slut. Not even being slut, just wanted for slut. I would say mentioning the slut dragon is also like casting a spell. We definitely did one of them cracking himself up for killing the slut dragon. Wanted for killing the slut dragon. For going for was fat was speedy, wasn't it? Fat was fast. Fat. And then slut was end, and can't was edge. Watch out! Mind the cunt! mind the cunt! We've got to kill this slut dragon, and we've got to kill it. We've got to kill it fat. We've got to kill it with great fat. Swedish. Was too busy fighting the dragon and stopping Rob from drowning himself. Well, you didn't stop that. I did. Right, got right down to the bubble. The last bubble. There were quite a few new people in the streams after that. If people are new to Twitch, it might take a while for them to arrive. Yeah, it might be. People might pop in. I don't think I told you about how I'm actually scheduling people's doctor appointments using a D20 sometimes. Nice. Tell me more. How is that? How are you doing that? I clipped that whole tangent about fart running the slut dragon out of context because it made me laugh. Love it. Love that. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. It's your boy. Welcome back, YouTube. It's your boy Minecrafter 69420XXX. Today we'll be fat running the slut dragon. If I'm scheduling them and they say they don't care what time to make the appointment, we roll for it. 14? Okay, see you at 2. Fucking love it. I mean, 14 is 2, makes me think you're using 24-hour time on a D20, which means you have like a quarter, like a 25% chance that you get an appointment before 6 a.m, which that doesn't sound fun. But maybe maybe it's just coincidence that 14 is 2, and maybe it's more that you've split them into half-hour episodes, half-hour times over a 10-hour period from 9 till 7. That doesn't, because that's too long. 8 till 6 maybe is the opening hours. They get a nat 20 and they just get seen first in the day. I don't know. If you nat 20 it and then you're like, bam, well done, you've got the first appointment of the day. It might actually be on time at that point. Should be in reverse order, because a nat 1 means, sorry, you're going to be at the end of the day and you might be waiting like an extra 2 hours because the day has just gotten away from them immediately behind time. Is killing the Ender Dragon count as slut dropping? Fuck yeah. I was asking you nicely not to down yourself. No way of knowing whether you actually listened. That's fair. Man, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. If you don't know what we're talking about, by the way, my friend Dreaded GM, one of the people joining me for the Death Roulette in a month and a bit. Dread GM had for all of August been running Starlight Children's Foundation charity stream. So we were in a Minecraft hardcore world. Hardcore meaning you've only get one life, and when you're dead, you're dead. That's it. We were in a Minecraft hardcore world, and we were taking on the Ender Dragon, which is the End Dragon is the original final boss of Minecraft. They've since added a few more monsters to the game as well, so there's a few more big bad evils that you can take on in Minecraft too. But we went to the end and we killed the Ender Dragon, and we did it all in hardcore mode. And we did that the other day, and it was a lot of fun. So if you want to go check out Dread Gems VOD, you'll see me running around like a madman, trying not to die. One old lady was like, well, that's a first. If A and B are any two lines, A is greater than B, prove that A minus B squared is equal to A squared minus 2AB plus... Why am I doing this geometrically? You're just asking me to prove basic arithmetic. You just use the foil. You just use foil to prove that. With first, outside, inside, last. Easy. Colleague gave me some dice as a back to school gift. Ooh, okay. And I keep them at work and use them to roll which route I take for my afternoon walk. Oh, that's nice. That's really cool. I did that once when I was traveling. I was backpacking, and I just had a coin, and I just tossed the coin whenever I got to a junction to be like, let's go check out this street. And I just wandered around enjoying the city, being led by a coin tour. Or watch the Starlight stream and watch Meta hand carry the team. The presentation before you fought the dragon was about the best part. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, the presentation before the dragon was amazing. I was very impressed with Worm. It was very fun to watch, hoping to pop into the realm soon, even though I've barely Minecrafted before. Well, it's still very fun, keyboard, whether you've Minecrafted before or not. Minecrafted is a word, clearly. Yeah, Minecrafted. That's the beauty of English. We all know that what it means. Even if you coin a new word that is just a noun plus the ed of the past tense of a verb, you can verbify your nouns, and people just get it. But did you remember that lava is hot? I do know that lava is hot, yes. Yeah, after setting myself on fire with a bucket of lava, I do now know that lava is hot. Is the DC for resisting a math problem is very high, or Rob's wisdom modifier is very low? We didn't encounter any lava. We didn't encounter any lava for killing the Ender Dragon, no, because there's no lava in the end. Or on the way to the end. Watching Rob be a Chaos Gremlin is very fun. Like indiscriminate, yeah. Exactly. Bedtime needed. Running 3 D&D games in person tomorrow. We'll be needing sleep. That's a lot of D&D games. Jesus, Katie. That is a lot of D&D games. Good night. Have a lovely stream. And in case I catch you right before you go, let me just quickly ask you a question. Get back here, you bastard. Come here. Would you, not just you, but you, all people, would any of you have any interest in flying to Peru to join me for a game of Dungeons and Dragons in the jungle? Because I have been approached by a person who runs a company that flies people out to Peru to run Dungeons and Dragons games in a jungle. So it's like D&D in a castle, but it's D&D in a jungle. And that sounds very fun, and I'm considering doing it. And I'm thinking through my options. Would you have interest in it? Yes. Would you have funding for it? No. Sounds awesome. Wish I could. It does sound awesome. Company that flies people to Peru to run D&D games. That's a unique business model. Sounds epic. I'm not sure I'd do well in a jungle. So it's in the jungles of Peru, and it's in the it's above the, what did he say? It's above the cloud range. It's above the, he didn't say cloud range. He said above the something. He said it's above the something range, so there's no like mosquitoes and biting insects of this particular part of the jungle apparently. There's also no, it's too high for the jaguars and the big predators and stuff apparently. I'm not interested in the bugs. That was my big thing as well, but I had a video call with this guy and he was like, no, we don't get the biting insects here in this part of the jungle because we're above the, I want to say cloud line, but I don't think he said cloud line. It sounds like a way to get kidnapped, right? It definitely does sound like that. Machu Picchu D&D. It's north of Machu Picchu, but I will be wanting to go and check out Machu Picchu while I'm there. 'Tis expensive as well, for sure. Holy freaking yes, please, absolutely. Hi from work. Hi, Weber, how's it going? It's not very mosquito-y, apparently, because it's high up enough, yeah. It's like I'm a DM, get me out of here. Yeah. I'd rather hope you had more private sanctums in Europe. Jungle sounds scary. Yes, I will be doing more private sanctums in Europe when I'm in Europe. But in the meantime, this guy has reached out to say, hey, would you be interested in flying to Peru? And he would fly me out. He would put me up for a week in this like resort in the jungle. He would I would get paid I think 20%, did he say 20% of the ticket prices of my players if I get people interested, and people would be paying for, and it wouldn't be cheap, I'll let you know that obviously, but you'd be paying to fly yourself there, and then you'd be paying a lump sum and everything's included. So like you'd stay in this resort with me and all of the other players and stuff for like a week. We'd play D&D like every day of that week in the jungle, and you get your food and stuff taken care of, and then you fly home again after a week. It's kind of, that's the vibe anyway. Obviously, don't hold me to those specific details, but that's kind of what he's talking about. And I said that it does sound like a lot of fun, and it comes down to like whether I'd actually be able to find people that would want to do that and be able to afford to do that. We're talking like somewhere around $3,000, I think it was, that he would be looking, because it's like 2,000 something. I think he said somewhere it would be like 2,500 ish US, I think he said, for the ticket for like a week of D&D in the jungle with the resort and the food and everything included, and then you'd your own flight costs as well on top of that. So wherever you come from to get to Peru could be like a couple $100 anyway, from there to like a couple $1,000 if you're like me and have to come from the other side of the world. It'd be as immersive as fuck. I'd be freaking out, but in a good way. It does sound like a lot of fun, and it would be a lot of fun to come up with like a short campaign that's like 5 sessions of like your characters actually going through a jungle and I don't know, taking on a Yanti temple or something. That'd be dope as fuck. And if I was going all the way out for that, I'd be like, I'm gonna extend my trip and go to Machu Picchu or something. Maybe go out to Ecuador, to the Galapagos Islands or something. I think funds would not stretch to that at the moment. Yeah, I figured, because it's expensive. It's certainly not a cheap thing. Sounds like an awesome time, though. Do you have a lot of followers in South America? Because it sounds like an amazing thing for your sake. I don't know if I have a lot of followers in South America. I know that we do have people from Brazil every so often popping into chat, and a lot of people in the comments of YouTube being like, "Hello from Brazil." So I know Viva has audience in Brazil, and probably elsewhere in South America. But I don't hear a lot of people in my community say that they're from South America. But I mean, if you're from North America or Central America, you're probably just as easy to get to Peru as if you were from Argentina. You know, fly out there anyway. Nedrich says, "Yep, take my money." Starting a new savings account right now. I asked the guy, I was like, when are we talking? And he's like, we're pretty flexible, pretty much anytime next year. I was like, oh, cool. I will have a think about it then. I'll start gauging interest from my followers, and we'll see if I would be able to fill a table. Hold out hand to nerds to take the money. Dude, you're closer than we are. Am I, though? You're underestimating how big the Pacific Ocean is? In Machu Picchu, you could play the map in real world by walking around. Yeah, that'd be dope. I think Bex would love a jungle. Spoiler, she would not, and that's why she should go. Misty steps away. Psh, counterspell. You guys stop mugging each other. Never. If you ever decided to run private sanctums remotely, I'd totally sign up. I know it's not as good as in-person games, but it'd be accessible for a lot of people. It would. It would indeed. Machu Picchu is threatened by the amount of people who want to see it, but there'll be enough awesome opportunities around. Yeah. Such is the way. When Machu Picchu gets over tourism, there'll be some other place that goes, ooh, this place is relatively untouched, and then that'll become the new Machu Picchu. Finally home from work. What did I miss? Slut dragons. $3,000 isn't bad for a week, actually, with all the food included. Sounds like fun. I'll get together the details and I'll get to the details and let you guys know a little more. I was just asking if flying to Peru for 5 days of D&D would be interesting for people. Yeah, would you fly to Peru for a week of D&D in the jungle? Because that's something that's been put to me. Somebody has approached me and said, hey, I run this resort, like an artist's commune kind of vibe. There's like they've got like 100 acres or something of jungle in Peru, and they make art there. There's a bunch of people that live there full time, and they're all like
sculptors and artists, and they've got these like amazing projects, and they created like a castle. They created like this stone castle in one part of their land, and turned the interior of it into a gaming room. And they've got all these like chalets and bungalows and stuff. And he says, we have started doing RPG in a jungle where people will come out. We fly people out to run games, and then we make them ticketed games to offset the cost of all of the food and the flights and things. And would you be interested in flying to Peru to do D&D in a jungle with me? And I was like, that sounds like a lot of fun. And I have wanted to go to South America, and I would be very excited for that, because nobody in my family's been to South America yet. And I'd be able to beat my brother. He's the other world traveller in the family, and he's always asking me whenever he goes somewhere, hey Rob, have you been to Singapore? And I'll be like, yeah. And he goes, ah, fuck. Hey Rob, have you been to Tasmania? No. Hey Rob, have you been to Mozambique? No. Ah, haha, I'm the first Hartley to go to Mozambique. And so it'd be nice to be like, ha! I got South America. It's the real reason for me going, just to get there before my brother. Hoping for Yorkshire PS next year. Probably, Maida. I've got a family that I want to be visiting, so I'll probably get there at some point next year. I skipped that bit. What did that say? My LGS is running an exclusive weekend with a professional DM at 2,000 for 3 days, if that's what we're talking about. What's LGS? My legs are running. That's what they do. An exclusive weekend with a professional DM, 2,000 for 3 days. So, you know, comparative. I'd love to, but no monies and a toddler. That sounds cool. Yep, fair enough. D&D was designed to be played hiding away in cellars, avoiding parents. Calls for more LARP. Yeah, we can turn it into a LARP instead of a D&D, and we just actually go and explore the jungle. And suddenly there's a random encounter with a jaguar, and I'm just sitting there rolling dice and determining what the jaguar does. Imagine if that's how I discovered I had like superpowers of storytelling. That an actual real life jaguar attacks you in a jungle, and I just roll a dice and I'm like 4, it misses you. And then the jaguar attacks and misses. And I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, crit. Whoops. You really claim the whole continent of South America by going to Peru, though? Yeah, because I'd be the first person to... He's claimed Africa. I would be able to claim South America, because I'd be the first person to set foot on South America out of our Hartley family. Which brother? The one that travels. Local game store. Ah, gotcha. Local game store. Just realised the other day my passport's about to expire. I think it's so mean that we have to pay for them. Yeah, sucks. Gotta run. No worries, Adam. Thanks for being here. If your dice rolls control the world, I'd be worried. The dice do not like you. Depends whether I'm the DM or the player, though. And this is how you died. I gotta bounce. No worries, Katie Beatty Potato. Wait a minute, that's not Katie Beatty Potato, that's Caitlin Peterson. My eyes are not the greatest from this distance. Or bounce, my travel budget is about $50 US. Stay out of the lava and don't lick things. Gotcha. Get the Jaguar to lap as a displacer beast. That would be very funny. Plants a Hartley family flag and sends a photo to his brother. Yeah, exactly. Do you need glasses, Rob? Not quite. No, not quite. I am. I have. Well, the last time it was checked, my vision was negative 0.75, which they said was on the cusp of like I can choose to wear glasses if I want, or if I don't want, I don't have to. But if it gets to negative 1.5, so if it gets as bad again, then I will need to wear glasses for driving or something. Want to play a game, Rob? I want to play a game with you. GeoGuessr or Wordle or something if you're awake enough. Yeah, that sounds fun. We could do that. There's another thing that I want to ask you guys about though. Now that we've discussed the jungle, RPG in a jungle. It's the puppy PJs that melted him. Yeah, puppies. Puppy PJs. Pup pajamas. As much as I would love to go, I think the price wouldn't be possible for me from here. If you do NZ week, it's cheaper for me than Melbourne is each year. that's fair enough, Joe baby. Maybe one day we'll do a whole week of D&D in a castle in New Zealand. I'll just go make a castle in New Zealand first. That was half your HP in one bite, so I'll need to roll on the lingering injuries table. Massive damage table. I too have just made an eye appointment because on top of being short of legally blind in nearsightedness, now it's blurry up close too. Oh man, that sucks, Nerdwitch. I reckon just get better eyes. It's probably about time that you need an upgrade of your eyes. Just get the newer model. Make it easier. We have castles in Yorkshire, Rob. Yeah, I know, and I've run games from them. Just picturing Rob running a game in a sandcastle he built on the beach. And my last eye exam, I found out I need bifocals now. So I've gotten to that fun age, the fun age of looking down your nose like, huh? What? And people talk to you, having to adjust your head to look at them through the correct part of your lens. That's pretty funny. Germany has a lovely selection as well. Yeah, and I have run games from them too. You know the do you know the you know there's two words in German for castle, or at least two words. There was a castle that's like a fortification, a fortified castle used for military strategy, and then there's a castle that's more used for like a manor house kind of castle, like what we might call a palace, like a Buckingham Palace or whatever. And so when I was in Germany and I was using a Google Translate phone app to try and listen to the conversation that was happening around the dinner table. They were using these two different words, Berg and something else. Berg and Schloss, thank you. Berg and Schloss. And as there was Berg or the Schloss, and it was coming up as castle or castle. And they'd be like, Schloss, Santa, and it was like castle, Santa, and they're like, oh, Schloss, Schloss, not Berg, and it'd be like Kessel, not Castle. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. This is not at all confusing. I got the stern librarian look down pat. My eyes are garbage. There's a reason I like grappling. People are never more than an arm's length away. Berg is the rough, romantic one. Schloss is the posh and civil one. It's awesome that your job lets you go to castles, yeah, right? It's pretty dope. If your world is medieval, look for Bergen. I love my bifocals. I have the bottom part clear since I don't need the reading. It makes it so much easier to look down at my phone and not kill my eyes with the distance script. That's fair enough. Alright. RPG in the jungle, would people be interested? The next question of would you be interested is we have an idea to make a physical, tangible copy of the last Halloween's Twitch Tales. So for those who missed it or don't remember, last Halloween we did every Halloween we do a Twitch Tales Halloween special, and last Halloween was the Lovecraftian horror themed Halloween shot where we were running the entire game through the lens of a first person journal entries, as is the Lovecraftian way. You were reading it from a first person entry from diaries essentially. So if we were to take all of those diary entries and put them into an actual tangible journal that you can read like you're actually reading a journal, would that be something that you guys would be interested in purchasing from my merchandise store? Because that's something that we are looking at doing now. I've started looking at the transcript of last year's Twitch Tales and editing it to make it into an actual book. And we're looking at the prices of how to get it published through the Fourth Wall store. Money, please accept. I'll take the yes as a yes. Repost funny. If the resort thing was approximately 1 year from right now, I could totally do the thing and wouldn't even have to do things that qualify as abnormal behavior. Good to know. Good to know. I have a weird medical condition where if somebody gets close to my face, I involuntarily flinch every time. Interesting. Loved that Halloween special. I have a soft spot for it because it was the first of your games I got to join live. Nice. You don't even have to finish the question. I'm already on board. Take my money. Makes it rain on Rob. Missed the one. I'm still waiting for it to be released so I can watch. I'm so excited. Diverse Polar, because it is such a good one. I'm so proud of it. I want to watch it again. It'll be coming soon. You'd have to wait too much longer. It's almost Halloween time again. Which brings me on to another question I wanted to ask, actually. It was like, what genre of Halloween are we interested in this year? I've done slasher. I've done paranormal. I've done Lovecraftian. I've done psychological. There's a lot of different horror genres. I missed it, but yes, that's the type of merch I would most certainly buy it. Worth it. So yes, I will wants it rather. So yes, we will we'll go ahead with that, Fancy, I reckon. There is a Zine option on Fourth Wall, but it has a minimum order. Yes, yeah, there's like you have to buy at least X number of them. So I'd gladly help transcribe it. Thank you, Ms. Blue the Great. I will let you know if I need that. Thinking of maybe seeing if I can run dessert before dessert for a group at Halloween. Nice. Well, you have access to it through my Patreon, so good luck with it. Let's just posting both these questions as polls. You're going to get a lot more reliable numerical answer than just general chat vibe. Yeah, I know, Kelly. We'll post them as an actual poll in a more public setting at some point. Cronenberg body horror. I was wondering if that that one would win out this year. Blue the Great. There's a lot of people been interested in body horror. I did introduce a little bit of body horror in last year's one with stuff that happened. I won't spoil, but this year I would be like, maybe it's time for Cronenberg body horror. There's also a folk horror, which I think would go down pretty interestingly as well. Yeah, Centauri's interested in folk horror. Partial to zombies. Yeah, there's the old typical zombie horde situation. Children's theatre horror. Interesting. A witchy vibe. Folk horror. I was going to say psychological. Well, we did a psychological horror 2 years ago, didn't we, for the Night Hag one? Or the dreamers, what dreams may come, I think I called it, something like that. Is comedy horror an option? Not so much, no. Because comedy is like its own genre and can be applied to any other type of horror, but you need to know which style of horror it is, and then you can make it comedic. Being totally honest, I probably won't buy any merch, but if I would, that would be very appealing. Same as maps and other immersive goodies. Good to know. Body horror does me a great big scare. The shit like The Fly. Technically almost September. That's not too early to get hyped about the next Halloween special, right? Nah, it's not too early at all. Folk horror, is that like fairy tales? Yes, so folk horror is kind of like, it's a bit hard to lock down for a non-horror specialist like myself. So folk horror I think of as, fairy tale, like scary tales. Scary fairy tales. Like classic hags and witches, classic like werewolves in the night sort of stuff, but there's like a vibe to it. Folk horror is usually about the whatever monster is currently causing paranoia in a group of like a not well connected, superstitious tiny village isolated from the world, and they're currently on a witch hunt, and so it's witches, or they're currently on the lookout for a werewolf, and so it's a werewolf. It's like, it's about the folk part. It's about the wives' tales and gossip and not quite knowing what it is that you're fighting, but knowing that there's some enemy of the village, and you're trying to work out who the enemy is and try and take it out. That sort of thing is folk horror. Urban legends, yeah. Just finishing season 2 of Twitch Tales. The stuff with Apis being imprisoned gave me the chills. Yeah, that was fun. Sci-fi horror, interesting. Not the vibe I would go for with D&D perhaps, but sci-fi could be an interesting take on things. Sci-fi horror, you could lean into, like, if you wanted to go D&D but make it sci-fi feeling, you could lean into aberrations, because there's like mind flayers give that vibe of like spaceships. Mind flayer ships that can jump between planes. Is Robert short for Roberton? It can be, I guess. Folk horror is a subgenre that uses elements of folklore and superstition to involve fear and unease. Examples include The Wicker Man, The Witch, and Midsummer. Yeah, there you go. I'd throw in for sci-fi or folk horror. Folk horror seems awesome. Folk horror is fine because there's no bugs. Ever seen Mushishi? Mushihi? That's all Japanese folk horror. It's a stretch, I know, but it's classic. I have not seen it. Never even heard of it. Love some scary folk tales. Folk horror sounds good. Werewolf! Isn't folk horror also like there's this place in town where there's always a car crash because of the ghosts sort of thing? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Ghost horror. Brothers Grimm type almost? Maybe. I'd have to look into it if that's the genre that people wanted. Much like I did with Lovecraft. People wanted Lovecraft, so I was like, right, I'm going on a Lovecraft binge. And I started like really delving into what it meant, what Lovecraft style was. If people are like, I want a folk horror Twitch Tales, then I will do my homework and look into folk horror. Obviously my friends Legends of Evantris, they did a whole Kickstarter for their horror setting, Crooked Moon. Crooked Moon is all about folk horror, so I'd probably look into their things, look at grabbing one of their monsters or something. Maybe we're planning this coming Halloween special. Stepped out for a bit, not planning per se, but just like gauging interest as to what people would like. My initial question, Jen, was would people be interested in a short zine or a zine, a magazine of the last Twitch Tales Lovecraftian horror, where it was all told in first person journal entries. If we turned that into an actual physical book that you can hold, would people be interested in that? That was the question that got us onto Twitch Tales Halloween talk. I have to misty step to bed. Read you next time. Good night. Or is it back? I will not counterspell you. Oh, sweet. One of my favourite book series has magic return to the world, and those folk stories start popping up again. It's really cool. That sounds fun. It can be based on urban legends too, but big elements include rural setting, isolation, and themes of superstition, folk religion, paganism, sacrifice, and the dark aspects of nature. Yeah, there usually is like a vibe of paganism in folk horror, as far as I understand it. Superstition, folk religion, paganism, isolation. Yeah, Wicker Man. I'd probably have to watch The Wicker Man as preparation, which I'd be like, oh man, I don't like horror films. Let me open up my document. That's interesting vibe. Why would it be over there? That's stupid computer. Horror. Halloween. Twitch Tales Halloween ideas. Let's open up my Twitch Tales Halloween ideas. And bring it over here so I can still see it. Twitch Tales Halloween ideas. Let's have a look at my ideas document. Genres of horror. So we've got slasher, which we did in 2022 for the werewolf one. We've got survival horror. Survival horror is a subgenre of horror genre. Horror games, rather. Although combat can be part of the gameplay, the player is made to feel less in control than in typical action games, through limited ammunition or weapons, health, speed, and vision, or through various obstructions of the player's interaction with the game mechanics. The player is also challenged to find items that unlock the path to new areas and solve puzzles to proceed the game. Games make strong use of horror themes such as dark maze-like environments or unexpected attacks from enemies. The term survival horror was first used for the original Japanese release of Resident Evil, which was influenced by earlier games with a horror theme such as Sweet Home and Alone in the Dark. The name has been used since then for games with similar gameplay and has been retroactively applied to earlier titles too. Starting with the release of Resident Evil 4, the genre began to incorporate more features from action games and more traditional first-person, third-person shooter games. So survival horror is basically like you have got like a Resident Evil kind of Twitch Tales where you are fighting against something that's a little bit out of your depth and you are constantly made to feel like you're not quite equipped enough to deal with it. That you have to find items to survive and solve puzzles and try and escape some sort of a maze and whatever. Survival horror. Body horror or biological horror. Body horror or biological horror is a subgenre of horror fiction that intentionally showcases grotesque and psychologically disturbing violations of the human body or of another creature. These violations may manifest through aberrant sex, mutations, mutilation, zombification, gratuitous violence, disease, or unnatural movements of the body. Body horror was a description originally applied to an emerging subgenre of North American horror films, but has roots in early Gothic literature and has expanded to include other media. According to the film scholar Linda Williams, body horror falls into one of three gross genres, or genres of excess, which also includes pornography and melodrama. Williams writes that the success of these body genres is often measured by the degree to which the audience sensation mimics what is seen on the screen. For example, an audience may experience feelings of terror through horror, sympathy through melodrama, or sexual arousal through pornography. Body horror specifically focuses on the limits and transformative capabilities of the human body. That could be interesting. Survival horror sounds like Dead by Daylight concept. Yes, that kind of vibes, I think. Body horror, all the visceral. Not a fan of the body horror. It's right out on body horror for me. That's a big pile of no for me. Not sure about the body horror. Didn't see the last one coming. Read it the wrong way around. Folk horror. Folk horror is a subgenre of horror film and horror fiction that uses elements of folklore to invoke fear and foreboding. Typical elements include a rural setting, isolation, and themes of superstition, folk religion, paganism, sacrifice, and the dark aspects of nature. Although related to supernatural horror films, folk horror often focuses on the beliefs and actions of the people rather than the supernatural, and often deals with naive outsiders coming up against these. The British films Blood on Satan's Claw, The Wicker Man, and The Witchfinder General are regarded as pioneers of the genre, while The Witch and Midsummer sparked renewed interest in folk horror. Southeast Asian cinema also commonly features folk horror. So folk horror is a real interesting vibe as well, and is more of a focus on how the people deal with the horror, rather than the actual horror themselves, the horror itself. Folk horror, but Rob incites chat to fight each other. Seems like you guys are very keen on folk horror. Monster horror, which is going to be interesting to try and do in D&D, because most D&D is just monster horror anyway. Monster horror. A monster movie, monster film, creature film, or giant monster film is a film that focuses on one or more characters struggling to survive attacks by one or more antagonistic monsters, often abnormally large ones. The film may also fall under the horror, comedy, fantasy, or science fiction genres. Monster movies originated with adaptations of horror folklore and literature. The most common aspect of a monster movie is the struggle between a human collective of protagonists against one or more monsters who often serve as the antagonistic force. In Japanese cinema, giant monsters known as kaiju often take up this role. The monster is often created by a folly of mankind, an experiment gone wrong, the effects of radiation, or the destruction of the habitat. or the monster is from outer space, has been on Earth for a long time with no one ever seeing it, or has been released or awakened from a prison of some sort where it was being held. The monster is usually a villain, but can be a metaphor of humankind's continuous destruction. Giant monsters, since the introduction of the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, have for a time been considered a symbol of atomic warfare, for instance. On the contrary, Godzilla began in this fashion, yet as time moved on, his reputation quickly grew into that of a cultural icon to the Japanese, as much as Superman is a cultural symbol of America, with a number of films representing Godzilla as a sort of protagonist who helps humans protect humans from other more malevolent monsters. King Kong, yeah. So a giant monster theme would be a real hard horror to do in D&D. I'd be able to do it if people wanted it, but it's a real hard one to do in D&D as like a horror genre, because it's much because I think it used to start as a horror genre, and then has kind of just become action, and it's just kind of an action genre now, which is most D&D is just like go out and fight the monster, and it doesn't really feel like horror anymore. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde would fall into monster, I'd say. Also, Frankenstein would probably fall into monster. The Mummy, those sorts of things can just be like monster. So even those kind of feel like action movies more than horror movies, which is, yeah, makes it difficult, I guess. Twitch Tales Pacific Rim Edition, yeah, just a giant Warforged. We're a Warforged. We drink the potion of giant size. Someone casts enlarge on us, and then we fight a kaiju. It would be fun, but it wouldn't feel like horror, perhaps. You've done this one a few times, right? I mean, it's D&D. A giant underwater creature. Yeah, that could be fun. Tarask, who's actually statted correctly for monster horror. Yeah. I was about to ask how we call the ones where the scary stuff is a creepy community where you don't know who will turn on you or is about to snap or fall to the evil side. That might be like thriller more than horror, I think. Scariest enemy is the one you don't know who they are. Yeah. Then you've got psychological horror, which we did as the Night Hag. I didn't actually read what slasher was because I just jumped over it saying that we did it already. A slasher film is a subgenre of horror film involving a killer or a group of killers stalking and murdering a group of people, usually by use of blade or sharp tools. Like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or Black Christmas, or Halloween, or Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, etc., etc. That's why The Werewolf of 2022 was a slasher film. Then psychological horror, a subgenre of horror and psychological fiction where a particular focus on mental, emotional, and psychological states to frighten, disturb, and unsettle its audience. The subgenre frequently overlaps with the related subgenre of psychological thriller, and often uses mystery elements and characters with unstable, unreliable, and disturbed psychological states to enhance the suspense, horror, drama, tension, and paranoia of the setting and plot to provide an overall creepy, unpleasant, unsettling, and distressing atmosphere. So that's what I was going for with the 2023 horror Twitch Tales, where we did the Night Hag. Then we did the Supernatural. The supernatural horror film is a film genre that combines aspects of supernatural films and horror films. Supernatural occurrences in such films often include ghosts and demons, and many supernatural horror films have elements of religion. Common themes in the genre are afterlife, the devil, demonic possession. Not all supernatural horror focuses on religion. They can have a more vivid and gruesome violence to them. For such films and other media, critics distinguish supernatural horror from psychological horror. Matthias Klassen writes in Why Horror Seduces, supernatural horror involves some kind of suspension or breach of physical law, usually embodied in or caused by some kind of supernatural agency, such as an uncanny monster or a ghost. Psychological horror, on the other hand, does not involve violations of physical law, but features naturalistic, if often implausible, menaces and scenarios. So the supernatural horror genre kind of retroactively applied, I would apply to the 2021 Twitch Tales, where there's involvement of a crypt and just generally creepy things, and there's a lot of possession and ghost-like things happening down there in the crypt. It wasn't a perfect rendition of supernatural genre because, as I say, I just did something that felt creepy, and creepy and horrific. And then after the fact, I was like, let's try and apply a different genre every year. So I retroactively went back and was like, that's kind of supernatural horror. I think I've only actually listened to one of the Halloween Twitch Tales. I don't do scary movies, usually hate this stuff, but I love Halloween Twitch Tales. I mean, same. I don't do horror very well. Slasher is Hot Fuzz. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Slasher comedy. What Dreams is so good. Thank you. Thank you. 2023 one was very good. Thank you. I was very proud of that one too. I startle very easily, so I hate Halloween, but my friends love it for that same reason. yeah. They love to take advantage of you. I don't think of the Farmer as a slasher. I felt psychological because of the constant fear, dread, and hopelessness. I mean, to each their own. It was definitely a slasher, though, because I've even highlighted the parts of slasher that it is. It involves a killer stalking and murdering a group of people by use of bladed or sharp tools. It's built around the stalk and murder sequences, which it definitely was. There was a series of scenes in The Farmer that was about stalk and murder. Slasher villains... Paste Magazine's definition notes that slasher villains are human beings or were human beings at some point. Slasher villains are human killers whose actions are objectively evil because they're meant to be bound by human morality. That's part of the fear that the genre is meant to prey upon, the idea that the killers walk among us. Talks about Terminator a bit. Slasher antagonists are superhuman, have supernatural traits, or possess a slightly warped or abstract anthropomorphic form, both physically and metaphysically. So, like, by definition, bam, 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 like ticking the boxes almost of exactly what a slasher film is. It's not to say that slasher films can't be psychologically, like, preying on your fear and dread and hopelessness. That's kind of part of the horror genre as a staple. But how the horror is put across is 100% slasher. Later, Seb. Gothic horror. Gothic horror films, a timeless subgenre, is all about atmosphere. It's got elements of fear and horror, often in conjunction with romance and doomed love. These stories often set against the backdrop of decaying castles or haunted mansions, complete with gloomy landscapes and ominous weather. Themes of death, the supernatural, madness, and the uncanny are commonly explored in Gothic literature, creating an aura of suspense and psychological terror. If you're drawn to darkly romantic narratives, eerie atmospheres, and stories that tease your imagination with supernatural tales, then Gothic horror is perfect for you. It provides a sense of dread, but it's often more about the suspense and the slow reveal than the blood and the gore. It's a subgenre that's rich in detail and invites you to lose yourself in its hauntingly beautiful settings and intense emotion. So that's one that we haven't really leaned into with Twitch Tales Horror Halloweens yet. We could do like a basic classic vampire style, Castle Ravenloft sort of situation. 13 Ghosts was terrifying for me. I watched from behind a cushion. Don't watch horror movies. I do love to sleep. I saw Seven and had to sleep with all the lights on for a week. Yes. I have not seen Seven, but my brother has and said the same. He was like, I wish I hadn't seen it. Gothic horror could be interesting. Yeah, Gothic horror could be very interesting. Blair Witch is the one that got to me the most. The last scene shivers. I had to have the hallway light on for quite a while to be able to go to the bathroom at night. I'll throw Crimson Peak out as great Gothic horror. Gothic horror would work well with Twitch Tales. Yeah, it's why Castle Ravenloft and the Curse of Strahd works so well and is such a timeless module that people love to go back to. The more we talk about it, the more I'm game for any of them. My husband really likes scary stuff, but since I don't, he has to watch a lot of that stuff alone. Alone. He's never alone. Castle Ravenloft. I was killing zombies there earlier this week. Nice. Vampire Rob, I could be talked into that. Love the idea of Gothic or folk horror so far. I watched Tremors when I was a kid and spent a few days tiptoeing to the graboids. Couldn't hear me. Look up all these movies and spoil them myself, and then I don't need to watch them anyway. Blair Witch would qualify as folk horror. Yes, I think Blair Witch I would probably put as folk horror. I don't know too much about it. Can't do horror films general, not horror girly. If I watch a horror film I like, great, now the lights are on for a week. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, next genre is Undead Horde. Zombie horror is a subgenre that brings out the fear of death and disease, brings the fear of death and disease to life in the most terrifying way. These films feature reanimated corpses or infected individuals, usually with an insatiable hunger for human flesh. The horror in these films arises from both the relentless threat of the undead and the often depicted societal collapse. Themes of survival, isolation, and sometimes the darkest aspects of human nature under duress are often explored. If the thought of survival in a post-apocalyptic world excites you, then zombie horror is the subgenre to bite into. The relentless nature of the zombie horde makes for nail-biting tension, while the often included social commentary adds a layer of depth to the carnage. Plus, there's something cathartic about facing the end of the world from the safety of your couch. Zombie horror. So we could do a zombie horror Twitch Tales. That'd be an interesting one because zombies are so often used in Dungeons & Dragons anyway. But the zombies in D&D are just animated corpses of people that are just like being used as meat puppets and not zombies that are like infected by a desire to eat. That's more like a wight. And so you could have zombie hordes that are based around the ghasts. You could use ghasts and ghouls as your zombies essentially, and then that becomes extremely terrifying. And even if I make you a cleric as the Twitch Tales, and at first you're like, psh, cleric against zombies, easy peasy, not even horrific, you just go turn undead. But then the horror would come from, holy shit, I've used turn undead, I've used my guiding bolts, I'm running out of spells, they're not running out of horde, there's so many fucking zombies, oh my god, I just need a rest, but they're going to break down the door in 10 minutes, and 10 minutes isn't enough for a short rest. I can start a short rest, but I need to secure this door. Holy shit, if I don't get a long rest soon, I'll run out of hit points. I'll run out of spell slots. Oh my god, what do I do? And that would be very fun. I am irrationally scared of zombies, so nope. Fair enough. Roll initiative for each member of the horde. That's the real horror. Kate Beckinsale, yeah. Do we get to vote or something on the genre for the Halloween special? Yes, you do. I'll be putting it in the Twitch Tales chat at some point. In my Discord, I'll put a Twitch Tales vote out to be like, hey, which genre are we keen on this year? I've hit my late night limit. No worries, Winter Ghost. Thanks for being here. See you later. Undead horror with a Bodak. Yep, definitely could do Bodak as part of an undead horror zombie horde. I like the apocalyptic part of the zombie horror, not really the gore part. Yeah, that's fair enough. You live in a small community and you recognise a lot of the zombies. Yeah. The answer will be yes. Lovecraftian horror. Lovecraftian horror is a subgenre that goes beyond the typical scares and leans into existential dread. Its theme is cosmic horror, the idea that there are ancient, powerful beings and realities beyond human understanding, and that any encounter with such entities or the revelation of these truths can lead you to madness. This subgenre emphasizes the insignificance of humanity in the grand scheme of the universe, and often features protagonists who are powerless to stop the horrors that they've uncovered. If you're a fan of the horror that messes with your head and leaves you pondering about your place in the universe, Lovecraftian horror's for you. Its unique blend of existential dread, cosmic horror, and the bizarre offer a different kind of fear, one that lingers long after the credits roll. That one was last year's Underdark setting. Nature Strikes Back. Natural horror is a subgenre that involves nature striking back, usually in the form of animals or plants attacking humans, or natural disasters pushing people to their limits. The threats are often derived from the real-world animals, insects, and weather phenomena, but are amplified to horrifying proportions. The subgenre highlights mankind's vulnerability against raw power of nature, often featuring characters in isolated or wilderness settings. If you're intrigued by the thought of nature turning against humanity and find a thrill in the idea of battling against primal forces, then natural horror's right up your alley. These films often combine suspense, horror, and exhilaration of survival adventure. So basically, like things like Eight-Legged Freaks and Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, and any sort of natural disaster horror movies. What was last year's title? Last year's title was called Devout. And it'll be coming to YouTube soonish. You guys will get it on Patreon and YouTube members slightly earlier than the public plebs, obviously. That crazy druid build you built earlier this year while reading the PHB. Yeah, the fucking spider that can thorn whip you from 300 feet away. And the last genre I've got on my list is splatter/gore/torture. Splatter horror, or gore horror, is a subgenre focusing on graphic portrayals of gore and graphic violence. The aim is to shock and repulse the viewer with extravagant displays of blood, guts, and grotesque effects. The narratives often involve mutilation, dismemberment, and brutal deaths, and the genre as a whole revels in the viscera and the shocking. If you have a strong stomach and get a thrill from intense graphic horror, then splatter horror might be a perfect fit for you. It offers a level of shock and visceral terror that few other genres can match. The films often serve as a form of extreme escapism, testing the boundaries of what can be portrayed on screen. It's the one that I have least interest in, personally. I have so little interest in movies that are just out to try and come up with the most gross thing that they can put on screen. I think it's not a decent form of art, personally. I try not to judge art because it's so subjective, but I think it's like, it doesn't take much skill to be like, oh, how do I gross somebody out now? Oh, let's show a baby's head exploding. Oh yeah, that's it's not. No, thank you. So those are the options. I'll be putting them into a poll of some sort in the Discord at some point soon, so I can start getting some ideas and I can start percolating for the next month and a half on what it's going to be. It sounds from you guys anyway, if you're anything to go by, it sounds like it might be folk horror, gothic horror, or possibly body horror. Those are the ones you seemed most interested in, perhaps. Nature Strikes Back. So hyped for it already? Yeah. My vote will go to gothic or folk horror, I think. It'd be interesting because if this year we do, say, gothic and next year we do folk, and then the year after we'll be probably doing body horror because those are the ones that are being most interested. Then that's what, 25, 26, 27. So Halloween 2028. If we're still going, if we're still doing Twitch Tales, and we do Halloween 2028, we'll be down to some of the lesser chosen ones, and we'll be like, oh, okay, what does Rob do with the Nature Strikes Back genre or the Undead Horde genre? I'm going to trust you to handle whichever horror people choose. No bugs, please. But your stories have been good. I trust you. I can't guarantee no bugs, Tina. But as with all the horror genre so far, I will be putting content warnings out beforehand of like, hey, today's horror involves harm to children or whatever. Even with my love of the visceral, I have little interest in you doing that. Much better use of your talents. Yeah, that's fair enough, Blue. Leans into the visuals, which wouldn't necessarily work with Twitch Tales, though Rob's descriptions are easy to imagine. Yeah, that is not a concern, mate. I would be able to very well perform the splatter gore torture if I was to want to do that. I can be very descriptive. Maybe useful when doing the survey to list out which ones we've already done, of course. I know last year's was Lovecraftian, but I think it also had a bit of body horror. It did, yes, very much so. I had lent into a little bit of that because I was personally keen on doing some body horror stuff and hadn't before, so I was kind of hoping that body horror was going to get it last year. And so I already had like an idea of something to do with body horror, and then people chose Lovecraftian, and I was like, oh, that's fun still. I had a lot of fun researching Lovecraftian and like practicing it a little bit and like thinking about how I was going to do it, but by that point I'd already kind of got some body horror-ish elements in my mind, and I thought, you know what, it kind of does lend itself to both, because the Eldritch Beyond situation with Lovecraftian, it often does involve a little bit of body horror, of like somebody discovering that their arm is a tentacle now or whatever. Favorite type of horror is cosmic horror, but I don't want to repeat that if it's been done. Yeah, we did that. Did you not see last year's Halloween tipped server? I think you came in just after Halloween, right? Well, you came into the community after Halloween last year, so you won't have seen it yet. But cosmic horror or Lovecraftian horror, that was very much the vibe of last year's. I hate graphic portrayal of mutilations, suffering. It doesn't even really scare me. It just haunts and hurts me. Yeah, that's fair. You're going to WA after PAX this year. There's some cool local folk Aussie horror you could use as inspo. Aussie horror? What do you mean? They're like a... There's some cool local folk Aussie horror. Oh, so folk horror. Australian folk horror. Aussie folk horror. Local Aussie folk horror. I don't want to think of that AU verse where TT doesn't exist. Interested in a couple, but folks, probably the one I'd most be into, followed by the gothic horror. But then surely a repeat of a theme with a different story wouldn't be as much of an issue. Yeah, by then we can repeat the genres and stuff. There's plenty more story. I could do slasher horror every single year and I'd find new things in it. I like to do new stuff. I like to challenge myself, like I did last year with Lovecraftian. I was like, okay, what does it mean to really lean into the theme of this particular genre and do it well? That's the problem. We know how descriptive you can be, Rob. Don't be terrified. Remember the description of tearing bits off the cyclopede? No thanks. Hey, you wanted to harvest the cyclopede's proboscis or something. You wanted its eyeball. You had to stick your hand down between its eyelid. What do you want to do, Rob? Do you have a preference in this year? No, as I said, I'm not really interested in the splatter or torture genre. I think monster would be very difficult to do as like proper horror. Nature Strikes Back for a similar reason would be difficult, but interesting challenge. Other than that, everything's equal for me. Survival horror, undead horror, gothic horror, folk horror, and body horror. I'm happy for any of those. You still got a cool video to look forward to? Oh yeah. Are we playing the carrot game? What? Can't wait to share Devout with my Call of Cthulhu group. Yeah, that's exciting. Sorry, Aussie folk horror stories I meant, like Picnic at Hanging Rock. Ooh, okay. I'll have to look into it a bit. Cyclopedia is my favourite episode. Shocker to no one, says Miss Blue the Great. Wow. We're not good at agreeing how to use our limited resources. Survival horror would be a Twitch Tales argues over using a potion. Yep. Yeah, I would definitely account for that. That would be part of the horror, wouldn't it be, knowing like you guys have no idea how to use your resources and you'd be angry at each other for using them. Carrot, not character. The up arrow thing is called a carrot. Gotcha. I thought we were talking about the carrot game from 8 out of 10 cats. I'll just throw you guys in the survival horror. I'll just throw you guys one heat potion, one fire resistance potion, and you have to find a way to use it. So RPG in a jungle. People interested? If it's far enough in the future that they can actually save money for it. Halloween Devout Zine. People would enjoy that, I guess. We'll put that into works. In terms of merchandise, there is more merch coming as well. We have other things in the works that you can look at the merch store for. We've got patches, Twitch Tales patches, which I'm very excited for. Fancy made some Twitch Tales patches for the various different acts of Apus's campaign, and they are larger than we thought they'd be. We thought they'd be like little scout badges that you can sew on your uniform, but they're like coaster size patches. It's like, oh, there's a far bigger than we thought, but they'll be interesting. And then a mug. We've got a new mug coming to the merch store as well. A Twitch Tales themed mug. So I'm excited for that as well. New maps? we don't have new maps. We've got 2 maps already. We've got the Drenwheel map and the Quarantine map. There will be new maps eventually, but there's not one right now. And then after the Twitch Tales mug and the patches, we're also doing some other mugs too. So there's definitely more stuff coming to the merch store. There'll be continually things added, so make sure to keep checking in. Excited for the dice. The dice are coming as well. It's a slow process because of things happening in China and then them shipping them to the UK, and they are on the way. They've been shipped. We are in the waiting for them to arrive kind of time at the moment. We've been told 30 to 40 working days or something like that, and we're less than halfway into that now. So still got quite a few weeks to wait on the dice actually arriving on the ship. But when they do, the Dice Goblin people will say, hey, we've got the dice, and then I can start advertising them and you can start buying them, hopefully in time for Christmas. They're on a container ship somewhere then. Yes, they are on a container ship somewhere apparently. Yeah. I want a Twitch Tales mug. Well, your wish is my command. You will get one soon. Dice mugs. I have a bulletin board specifically for displaying pins. I should probably get one of those because I've got a lot of pins and I never know what to do with pins. People sometimes send me pins and I'm like, I don't know where to put them. I don't know what to do with them. I don't want to put them on clothes because they put holes in your clothes. But like a little cork board was probably a smart idea. I could pin some pins to a cork board. That'd be a good kind of like a 3-dimensional poster for my office. That'd be cool. Excuse me. Where's my water? Stick the pins on my dice bag. Yeah, could be good. A big old bulletin board works as well, yeah. I'm still voting for magnets. I like them better than stickers. Why haven't we got magnets, Fancy? Is magnets an option that Fourth Wall does? Are they an expensive option that doesn't give us much markup or something? Or why haven't we looked at fridge magnets? I used to stick them on the walls of my cubicle when I worked in an office. That's pretty cool. Good way of personalising your little cubicle. Imagine all those dice clacking around on a ship. I wonder if the rolls are affecting the travel. Fourth Wall only have the flexible magnets that are totes bendable. The like magnetic material that you just print on one side. A lanyard is a good place for pins too, like a Disney adult. Yeah, I do that when I'm going to conventions and people will hand out free pins and stuff, and you can chuck the pins on a lanyard on your 3-day pass lanyard or whatever. I didn't fully trust that they wouldn't super peel. Magnetic paper, but not paper. Yeah, the magnetic material. Fridge magnets, yeah, they also work as bumper stickers. Removable bumper stickers, yeah. A Rob lanyard would be great for cons. I don't know that that's something that Fourth Wall offer. A Robert Hartley GM lanyard that you can display proudly at conventions. That'd be pretty fun. It'd be pretty fun to have one of those, but I don't think it's something that Fourth Wall would offer as a standard. Good thing about fridge magnets is that they can also be whiteboard magnets. Yeah, true. Fourth Wall do not do lanyards, bagger. Hoping for a new Robert Hartley pen this year because my daughter broke mine from last year. Well, when you get to your private sanctum, you'll get another Robert Hartley pen in the swag bag. Here's a lanyard for work, and I know several people who also use the short lanyards that you hook onto keys. Oh yeah, those little ones. Arrived at my destination. You were keeping me company while driving to the theatre tonight. Nice. I'd wear a Robert Hartley badge buddy at work and no one could stop me. What is a badge buddy? Is that just like a lanyard but it's just for your badges? We looked into them for private sanctums, but it wasn't before a convention and there wasn't a lot of use for them. And if you're at a convention, you have the convention lanyard. You do, but that is like a point of personality for a lot of people. They choose their own lanyards. A lot of people at convention will choose to stand out a little by having their own personal favourite lanyard to use. If Fourth Wall did one, I'd definitely say we should just do it because we can put it on the same store and it's all like no hassle. But having Robert Hartley lanyards wouldn't be worth going to a separate merch store to create them. Like I doubt that would be something worth it, because I don't want any of the hassle of like fulfilling it out ourselves, or like one of us has to hold onto a box of lanyards and actually like ship them out when they're bought and all that shit. Like that's not worth it. If it was just a fourth wall thing that we can just go, yep, let's put the Robert Hartley Game Master logo on a lanyard, copy paste it, boom, lanyard, done. It would definitely be worth it. Damn it. Never mind conventions. I have a colleague who wears a Tech Town lanyard and totes an RHGM lanyard at work. That's very cool. Waiting for my anniversary match. I may have already destroyed one. How did you destroy it? I'll second whoever suggested Crimson Peak as an example of gothic horror. I don't like horror, but I managed to enjoy that one because of how representative of the genre it felt. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Crimson Peak. If gothic horror is selected this year, maybe I'll watch Crimson Peak. Hook your name tag to it. Sometimes it's retractable. Gotcha. A badge buddy. One of these. I vote a mini Mel plushie. Yeah, again, plushies, if Fourth Wall offered them, super easy to do. Unfortunately, they do not, and plushies are expensive and are usually very much a limited, a minimum order situation. I know that Duke from One Shot Questers had a lot of people saying that they wanted his like little dice with the Ranger bandolier and stuff. That was like his logo and his mascot for his channel, and everybody was talking about them, and then he bought like 300 of them and nobody bought them, and he was just left with a shit ton of these plushies, and he was kind of salty about that, I think. even the Adam Baradoon plushie didn't sell super well for Viva. So like if I was to go, yeah, let's get a Mel plushie, and then I'd order like 100 Mel plushie bees, and then just wouldn't sell them, and I'd be out of pocket and having to hold on to a shit ton of bees. It's not going to happen. Fourth Wall do blankets? I don't know. They do blankets. Okay. Fourth Wall do offer plushies, but the minimum order is 250. Yeah. 250 minimum order. We're not selling 250 Mel plushies. Twitch Tales is not that popular. to literally wrap ourselves in Rob. On second thoughts, since you put it like that, maybe I don't want blankets out there. There was a Baradoon plushie? Was it Baradoon? I'm sure there was a Baradoon plushie, wasn't it? Wasn't it Baradoon? Holding on to a bunch of bees. It ties well to the horror theme. The Wicker Man, yeah. They do underpants. We're not doing Robert Alley GM underpants. I draw the line. I draw the line at people putting me on their genitalia. Sucks about the plushies. I bought the Greg plushie. Was it Greg? Maybe it was Greg, not Baradoon, that I'm thinking of. Whatever plushie they did. Viva did a plushie and it didn't sell as well as they thought it would. I think they managed to break even, but only just, and so they're like, plushies just ain't the way to go. Plushies are super expensive. You know what you could do though? You could sell like a crochet pattern for Mel and other characters, I bet. Kind of like selling the files or whatever for Lukathek. That's a good point, nerd. I guess I would have to pay somebody to make a crochet pattern of Mel, and then I could buy that from them and then sell it individually or something. I don't know. There was a Eugene. It was a Eugene. There you go. That's the one. A build your own Mel. A Build-A-Bear. A Build-A-Bear Workshop Mel design. Oh man, I wish I could make clips out of this. I draw the line of people putting me on their genitalia. A keyring. The plushie was expensive for outside the US. Yeah. I'm literally trying to mentally pattern a Mel out. And neighbor's kids are screaming their lungs out. That's not where your lungs are meant to be. First-hand knowledge of how difficult and expensive plushies can be. Yeah. Yeah, I have a Mel plushie, and I'm very proud of it. It sits right there on the edge of my monitor. Someone posted an adorable upcoming D&D crocheting book a while ago. Oh, cool. They did Greg, Eugene, and Balin plushies. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's the ones I'm thinking of. All right. What else do you want to go? What else are we talking about? Do you want to play a little game? Do we want to do some like dailies, like Wordle and stuff? Or have we got more stuff to discuss? Down for some games. All right, let me shift you guys back over here then. Let me shift this around. Feels nice to have my microphone actually maneuverable again and not having this massive isolation shield on it, because it was just a pain in the ass, and I don't think it was actually helping my sound all that much, was it? Like, maybe it was, I don't know. Bam, 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 bam. See you later, tipped. Go grab my chat, move it back over here now. I have a Nixie plushie, she's adorable. Yeah, that Nixie plushie did look very good. Cute as a button. Boo, 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 boo. Got a drop for IRL D&D even. Find my AirPod which fell out. Oops. I just listened for this part. Can't really participate without being able to totally see the screen. That's fair enough. I will do my best to explain what's happening. I don't know how to crochet, but I've got some basic sewing skills. I've made simple dolls before, trying to figure out how to make it round enough. Haven't heard the neighbours in a while. Did Wraith take them out, or did they concrete their garden? Well, it is winter, so maybe they're just doing less lawn stuff, and maybe it's because I've got my windows closed for the most part. Rob still needs a refresher on the Yakko song too. United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, Republic Dominica, Cuba, Caribbean, Grenada, El Salvador, Puerto Rico, Colombia, Venezuela, Honduras, Guyana, and still Guatemala, Bolivia, then Argentina, Ecuador, Chile, Brazil, Costa Rica, Belize, Nicaragua, Bermuda, Bahamas, Tobago, San Juan, Paraguay, Uruguay, Suriname, Guyana, Barbados, San Juan, Norway, Sweden, and Iceland, and Finland, and Germany now in one piece, Switzerland, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Turkey, and Greece, Poland, Romania, Scotland, Albania, Ireland, Russia, Oman, Bulgaria, Saudi Arabia, Hungary, Cyprus, Iraq, and Iran, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Bahrain, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Belgium, Portugal, France, England, Denmark, and Spain, India, Pakistan, Burma, Afghanistan, Thailand, Nepal, Bhutan, Cambodia, Malaysia, Bangladesh, Asia and China, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, Laos and Tibet, Indonesia, the Philippines, Islands, Taiwan, Sri Lanka, New Guinea, Sumatra, New Zealand, Borneo, Vietnam, Tunisia, Morocco, Uganda, Angola, Zimbabwe, Djibouti, Botswana, Mozambique, Zambia, Swaziland, Gambia, Guinea, Algeria, Ghana, Burundi, Lesotho, and Malawi, Togo, the Spanish Sahara is gone, Nigeria, Chad, and Liberia, Egypt, Benin, and Gabon.
Dahomey, Namibia, Senegal, Libya, Cameroon, Congo, Zaire, Ethiopia, Guinea, Bissau, Madagascar, Hong Kong, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Yugoslavia, Crete, Mauritania, then Transylvania, Monaco, Liechtenstein, Malta, and Palestine, Fiji, Australia, Sudan. Nations of the world. Brought to you by Yakko Warner. Bum, 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 bum. Low battery.
And now, the nations of the...
Swaziland, Gambia, Guinea, Algeria, Ghana. Burundi, Lesotho, and Malawi, Togo, the Spanish Sahara is gone. Niger, Nigeria, Chad and Liberia, Egypt, Benin and Gabon, Tanzania, Somalia, Kenya and Mali, Sierra Leone and Algeria, Dahomey, Namibia, Senegal, Libya, Cameroon, Congo, Zaire, Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau.
So it was Tanzania.
Burundi, Lesotho, and Malawi, Togo, the Spanish Sahara is gone. Niger, Nigeria, Chad and Liberia, Egypt, Benin and Gabon,
Tanzania, Somalia. It's Tanzania is where I get wrong. Tanzania, Somalia, and Kenya and Mali. Tanzania, Somalia, and Kenya and Mali. Sierra Leone and
Somalia, Kenya and Mali, Sierra Leone and Algeria, Dahomey, Namibia, Senegal, Libya, Cameroon, Congo, Zaire, Ethiopia, Guinea-Bissau, Madagascar, Rwanda, Mayotte, and Cayman, Hong Kong.
That one's a bit of a tongue twister there.
Bissau, Madagascar, Rwanda, Mayotte.
Rwanda, Mayotte, and Cayman. Rwanda, Mayotte, and Cayman. Hong Kong,
Hong Kong, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Yugoslavia, Crete, Mauritania, then Transylvania, Monaco, Liechtenstein, Malta, and Fiji, Australia, Sudan.
Boop, 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 boop. I've got about half that song memorized. Rob, I hope the mini U2s is okay. I haven't seen him in a bit. He's not super okay. He's on the floor here. He's on the floor here because he needed a gluing. He's not on the base. Partly because, and I wanted to ask you about this actually. I wanted to know if he'd always been leaning like this, or whether he has leant like this over time because of the weight of his head. Because he's very much this way inclined, and his legs are very. If you put him flat on his feet, all of his weight is way over, not even over his right leg, but it's like over my thumbnail, my fingernail there. Like he's leaning like very heavily this way, and I don't know if that's like over time the clay of his feet maybe have compressed or something, or whether he was always like that and I just don't remember him being that way. But he's got a lot of weight and it doesn't seem to be balanced, and so like as he was on the base, he was starting to pull his bottom foot off, and I could tell that his left foot was starting to tear a little bit, and I didn't want him falling off the top of my cabinet and shattering or something, so I took him off and just put him on the ground. So that's where he is at the moment. I figured I'd be able to do something with him, like if I put a pin through his heel and put that into the platform, maybe I can stand him up that way. Maybe if I get some strong enough glue, maybe he'll stand like that forever. But I didn't want to have him risk falling until I've done something to secure his weight transference a little bit more. So he's fine. As a whole, he is fine, but he just needs securing in his legs, I think, a little bit. That is my fault entirely. To soften up the plastic, I put them in building water and kept him in too long. I don't know what the fuck building water is. A pin would work? Yeah, I'll pin him through the heel at some point. Speaking of broken legs, though, I did get a Twitch Tales topper for the Merry Gentleman, a copper topper, which was fine, but it did mean that his legs snapped at one point, which was very unfortunate. I don't know how they snapped, but they did. So I just need to glue that back on, but I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how to bind copper in the best way. I haven't looked up the best way to bind copper yet, so he's just kind of sitting here waiting for waiting to be fixed at some point. Oh, boiling water, not building water. I thought you were talking about something I'd never heard of in arts and crafts, of like some acetone mixed with ethanol and water, and it's called building water. You just put them in boiling water. He said, speaking of broken legs, and I thought this was going to be a dire update on the old bike injury. Nope, no update on that. There is a metal superglue. There are metal glues. A game where I played myself as a sentient mini. Yeah, that was fun. I was playing myself, playing with minis, and the sentient mini was on the table. And that Rob was like a coke addict, drugged up fiend. Careful with Gorilla Glue. I've accidentally glued my fingers together 3 times in one day. I'm not sure what that says about me. Outside of careful soldering, you'll need metal glue. What game was that? I'd be interested to watch. Man, if it existed, it would be on Dead Aussie Gamers channel somewhere. It would probably be listed as like Christmas special, one shot. I think it was me. So Dag was running it, and then it was me and Dread and Janet from Will Danville, because it was during the run of our 12 episode pirate campaign that Dag ran for us, and Patrick couldn't make it that week, very last minute, and so instead of cancelling, Dag was just like, you know what, let's run something else. I'll just improvise a Halloween, a Christmas one shot for you, and we were minis on a D&D table, and we were sick of being played with so often, and we looked across to the Christmas tree and saw those Christmas ornaments, and we envied how little they got played with, and how they just got to relax in a box for most of the year, and then they only came out once a year. And so we were like, hey, if we can get to that Christmas tree, we can disguise ourselves as Christmas ornaments. And that was the premise of the whole one shot. And so we had to work our way across the table and then get down into the shag rug on the ground, and then we had to go and climb over the presents to try and climb up into the lower branches of the tree, and there was a very like Toy Story Andy's coming situation. Anytime that a real life human entered the room again, we'd have to pretend to be stationary minis, and the people playing with the minis at the table was the people at that were playing the minis, and so we were playing ourselves as humans walking into the room to like pick things up or like on the phone and stuff, and then we'd walk back out, and then our minis would be able to move again. And it was a very fun little stupid one shot. And every time that Robert entered the room, he was drinking heavily at first, and then he was smoking weed, and then he was like snorting coke, and then I think I had him shooting heroin by the end of it or something. It just got ridiculous. I can't even remember, but he was like, it was like the looks like I chose the wrong day to stop to quit smoking joke from Airplane. Looks like I chose the wrong day to give up drinking. It's like I chose the wrong day to quit sniffing glue. The Adventures of Vixen and Blitzen are in the theatre now. Thank you, Centauri. There it is. I've been adding more specials to my holiday watch list. Still got much to watch, yeah. Anything with Dag just descends into the best kind of chaos, yeah. Don't forget the ending. I wasn't going to spoil the ending, though, because people still want to actually go and watch it.
Wait a minute, not supposed to sniff glue? You're not supposed to sniff glue. Story. All right, what game of the day shall we do? Let's do a metazoa first, because animals, yay for animals. We love animals. We love aminals. Let's chuck that up here. Doop. Let's turn my head back on. Hello. Let's do metazoa, and then what shall we do? I'll put the cat back on. Sniffing glue sticks. Sniffing Pritt stick. Alright, what aminal shall we start with? Start with rhino. Rhinos are cool. Rhinoceros. Okay, not bad. That is a pretty good first guess. Holy shit. We are actually relatively close. That is incredibly close. Alright, so we are in the Boreoeutheria, a magnorder of placental mammals, including the giraffes, pigs, zebras, rhinos, dogs, cats, rabbits, mice, squirrels, blah, blah, blah. So basically, we're in the placental mammal group. We're in the placental mammal group. We could go carnivora, try and see if we're in carnivores. We could go into the ungulates, like pick an ungulate and see if we're ungulates. We could go into rodentia, see if we're a rodent. What are we going to do? Wombat. Wombats are not placental mammals. Leopard. Let's go leopard and see if we are in the carnivore class. Leopard. We are not in the carnivore class. So, interestingly, what is Lauraceraria? Lauraceraria, superorder of placental mammals that groups together the insectivores, the bats, the carnivorans, the pangolins, the even-toed ungulates, the odd-toed ungulates, and all of their extinct relatives. Interestingly, so that means that we have gotten rid of those because we are over here. We are not in the Lauraceatheria. So we're not even-toed ungulates, we're not carnivore, we're not bats, we're not insectivores. But we are a placental mammal still. What shall we go for next? Platypus, they are not placental mammals. Pangolins, they were expressly stated to be in this group, pangolins. So they're not that. Let's try primate. Primate is a good choice because primates are not insectivores, bats, carnivorans, pangolins, ungulates, and blah, blah, blah. So, but they are placental mammals. So let's go one of the primates. What kind of a primate shall we go? Shall we go some kind of a monkey? Monkey. We've got capuchin monkey, howler monkey, tamarin monkey. Let's go capuchin monkey. Oh, we are in the simians. We are very close now. Holy shit, we are. This was a good beginning to this game. All right. So we are in the simians. The simians, the anthropoids or the higher primates, are an infraorder of primates containing all of the animals traditionally called monkeys and apes. More precisely, they consist of the parvorders, Platyrrhini and Catarrhini, the latter of which consists of the family Ceropithecidae and the superfamily Hominoidea. The hominoids. We are Catarrhini, hominoids. So we're in the monkeys and apes thing, but if we were so capuchins are New World monkeys. So I feel like maybe we're more likely to be an ape because otherwise we would have got slightly closer with simians. Orangutan. Should we try orangutan? See if we're in the apes. Orang-utan. Forest man. Ape. We are in the ape family, but not orangutan. Apes are the superfamily of Old World simians native to sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. Apes are more closely related to Old World monkeys than to New World monkeys,
with both Old World monkeys and apes placed in the clade Catarrhini. Now there are only 6 types. There are only 6 groups of great ape. Side quest for you guys. Name all 6 great apes. Bonobos. Chimpanzees. Gorillas. I'll give you orangutan because you started with it. Human. Well done. You got chimpanzee, your gorilla, your orangutan, your human, your bonobo. The gibbons. The gibbons is technically the gibbons are lesser apes actually. Is it 5 and lessers? Wait, let me call it to mind for myself because it's been a while since I was at the zoo. Orangutans, gorillas, chimps, bonobos, humans. It's 5. It's 6 apes, 5 of which are greater apes. So you have got them all there. So there's your 5 greater apes: your chimpanzees, your gorillas, your bonobos, your orangutans, and your humans. And then the only other ape that isn't a great ape is the lesser ape as a gibbon, which I always found hilarious because to me it feels like the other 5 apes have gotten together just to exclude one of them and just be like, gibbons, you don't count. And it's just like the gibbons are the only ones that they call lesser apes. You're a lesser ape. And they're like, why am I the only one that's a lesser? Well, you just are. All right, so should we try gibbon? Gibbon. Yay, we did it. Bam, 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 bam. We did it with 15 guesses remaining. Rhino was a good first start. Ooh, metaflora. I wouldn't be very good at that. I don't know anything about plants. We were the northern white-cheeked gibbon. The northern white-cheeked gibbon is a critically endangered species of gibbon, native to Southeast Asia. Isn't bonobo a subspecies? No. Nope, bonobos and chimps are completely different species. And annoyingly, Planet of the Apes got it completely backwards, because in the Planet of the Apes movies, Caesar is a chimpanzee, and I forget his name, but the one that's the bad guy in that, the antagonist with the scar down his face that's all like violent and evil, that one's a gibbon, a bonobo, and Caesar is the one that's all like tries to be a pacifist and tries to be like a peace first kind of guy, and the bad guy in it, I want to say Blue, is his name Blue, something like that. That guy is all like violence and let's fuck up the humans, and it's completely the other way around, because bonobos are like lovers, not fighters, and chimpanzees are violent cunts. Like they are fucking, chimpanzees are very dangerous and angry and will tear you apart and will cannibalize each other, and they'll like that you get on the wrong side of a chimpanzee, they'll resort to violence first above most other things, whereas bonobos are the opposite, and they all just fuck each other. Like bonobos are lovers, and they'll be like, yeah man, hippie commune vibes, everybody gets blowjobs in a bonobo camp. They're like, yeah, fucking let's go. We've got some sort of altercation. You and I have got some problems. Let's jerk it out and let's find out who wins. Like that's how bonobos do. And so it's disappointing that they got them the wrong way around for Planet of the Apes in terms of their personalities. We don't have to figure out which type of gibbon. Apparently not. No, there's only a certain number of animals in this list, in this what do they call it? Database. You mean we can't rely on Planet of the Apes for scientific accuracy? Crazy, right? Crazy. Baboons? Baboons are not apes. They are old world monkeys. But Rob, talking monkeys. Probably would have been a very different type of movie if it was accurate. Yeah. Caesar just been like, come on guys, let's just calm it down, all right? Let me just give you a rub down. All right, that is Metazoa for the day. What are we doing next? Should we do Wordle? Should we do Worldle? Let's do Worldle. Well, you got to guess the country. Can we guess this country? What do you guys think? You reckon you've got an idea of what this country might be? The outline of this country for the day? I'm not sure that I know. I've got no idea. Does anybody? No, it's a mystery. It's obviously Japan. It's New Zealand. It's West Island, New Zealand. It's Tasmania. I mean, yeah, could well be. Yeah, West Island, New Zealand. Hey, they included Tasmania. Yes, they did. All right, so for the day, it's Austria, right? I think we should be pretty good at Wordle today. We might actually get it right for once. Wow, we got it. First round, we got it. Second one, can you guess it's 6 neighbours of Australia? Yes, I think that one in the bottom, the bottom left might be New Caledonia. Then we've got, let's see which ones to do. That one there is Papua New Guinea. Let's see, that one is Indonesia. That one is not Vanuatu. It's the one I always get mistaken for, Vanuatu. The bottom left is clearly Australia. The bottom left was clearly East Island, Australia. It's also islandy. Yeah, they've got a lot of island neighbours. The bottom middle is that New Caledonia? It might be New Caledonia. Yes, it is. What is the top left and the top right? We can click on them to get slightly bigger views. Oh, is that that's fucking word. Malaysia, isn't it? Because it's that's the island of Borneo, I think. Malaysia. It's not Malaysia. Okay, I was wrong. Bro, I don't know. I use Google Maps to find my way to the local dentist. Geography is no my strength. The Solomon Islands in the top right. Solomon, that could work, yeah. Solomon Islands. Correct, well done. The Solomon Islands. Indonesia, we've already said Indonesia. That was the top middle. Singapore, doesn't look like that. Fiji, doesn't look like that. And it's not in the right location. So New Zealand, New Caledonia, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, Solomon Islands. We're looking somewhere around Indonesia, which is why I thought it was in Malaysia. What does Bali look like? Bali's not a country. Bali's part of Indonesia. Bali looks like... Which part of this is Bali? Is it there? Is that Bali? None of this looks like what I thought Bali was. Bali's one of those. Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste is not in the right location, I don't think. I've got 3 more guesses. I don't think Timor-Leste is close enough to Australia to be considered one of its neighbours. I could be mistaken. Timor-Leste was always one of those that I missed, that I forgot when I was doing my my name all of the countries. East Timor? Could be, I suppose. Live in Australia but learned geography in America, so I'm useless. If you learned geography in the US, how can you even live in Australia? They don't even know Australia exists. Antarctica? Nope. Burundi. No. What's the island? What's the country that shares an island on that shares a border with Malaysia on Borneo? India, Pakistan, Burma, Afghanistan. Burma? No, Burma's Myanmar. Burma, Afghanistan. India, Pakistan, Burma, Afghanistan, Thailand, Nepal, and Bhutan. Bhutan? Is it Bhutan? Burundi, Lesotho, and Malawi, Togo. No, I went to Africa. India, Pakistan, Burma, Afghanistan, Thailand, Nepal, and Bhutan, Cambodia, Malaysia, then Bangladesh, Asia, China, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, Laos, and Tibet, Indonesia, the Philippine Islands, Taiwan, Sri Lanka, New Guinea, Sumatra, New Zealand, and Borneo. Borneo is what I was looking for. Oh no, wait. Borneo is the name of the island. Damn it. Vietnam, Tunisia, Morocco. Now we're into Africa now. It's not very good with the Asian countries, is that song? Because a lot of them are out of date. East Timor. Let's give it a go. You might be right. East Timor. Well, it isn't giving me as an option, so you're not right. But I could try Timor-Leste. It is Timor-Leste. Well done. It is Timor-Leste. I guess I need to refresh my memory of Timor-Leste. Papua New Guinea, the Solomon Islands are over there, look. New Caledonia is there. New Zealand down here. Papua New Guinea. Indonesia. That's Bali. There. Ah, that's why it didn't look like Bali, because they've joined it on here and it shouldn't be joined. Look, there's no join. Bali is an island. But here they've added it on. And I was like, none of these islands look like Bali. That's because it's this bit. Timor-Leste. Cool. I was thinking Malaysia, because I was up here. Brunei, that's what I was trying to remember. Brunei. Cool. Cool. No doubt. Yeah, look, we can see Rob's house from here. Well, you can see the you can see the map of the region of Auckland where my house is. Sure. I thought it was called East Timor, but apparently changed in 2002. I learned it today. We learned it. We all learned it today. Hey, we're doing well. We're doing well on today's Worldle. Can you guess the capital city for Australia? Do you guys know the capital city of Australia? What's the capital? What's the capital of Australia? Joe Baby says Canberra. Karahaha. Auckland. Auckland's not even the capital of New Zealand. Sydney. Australia? Is it Australia? Kidneys. Cranberry. It's Kangarooville. Can I guess the capital? Canberra. Nice. Sidhip. It is Canberra. It's one of those where people think it should be Sydney because it's the largest, but it's not the capital. In the same way that people think Auckland should be the capital of New Zealand, but it isn't because it's, even though it's the largest, it's not the capital. Canberra. Can you guess where Canberra is? I know where Canberra is, but do you guys know where Canberra is of those four? Is it over here? Is it here? Is it here? Or is it here? Creme-brulee. Fancy says it's there. It is there. You are correct. It's that one. It's one of the lower two dots, says Callie. Just like people think that Anchorage should be the capital of Alaska, but it's Juneau. Yeah. Juneau is only accessible by boat or plane. Jesus, really? That's crazy. Third from the left, says Mater. This one. It's the one that's right. The middle dot. You reckon it's the middle one, this one? People think that Kansas City is the capital of Kansas, but the biggest part of Kansas is in Missouri. The biggest part of Kansas City is in Missouri. The blue one. Second from the left, you'd say. So a few people thinking it's this one. It is this one. That is Sydney. That is Melbourne. That is Perth. This is Canberra. Next round. Can you guess the flag for Australia? They've done you a trick. They've done you a dirty here. They've done you a trick. There's two here that are very similar. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. And there's another one over here with the same arrangement of the stars, which is known as the Southern Cross. There's another Southern Cross over here. So there's 4 flags here that have the Southern Cross on them. It's the British one. These are both have got the British flag on them. I knew which ones were Sydney and Perth, but I couldn't tell you the others. One of those is New Zealand, and I feel like even suggesting it's going to make people mad. Bigger than New Zealand's the British one that has more stars. Oz is the top one with the extra star. It's the top British one. Correct. This one is Australia. They've got the extra star here, and they've got the extra star here. They've got this like beauty spot on their Southern Cross. New Zealand's stars are red, and they do not have the little beauty spot, and they don't have the extra star here. So this one is Australia. I didn't know the others though. Papua New Guinea has the Southern Cross as well. Christmas Island has the Southern Cross. Do you know how to find south by the stars in the Southern Hemisphere? Because you guys in the north, you know how to find north with the stars, don't you? You all know how to find north by looking at the stars, don't you? That's a skill that you learned when you were children, didn't you? It's not the red, white, and blue one. That's the US. Of course. Yes, but I can't see well enough. That's fair. They made a new flag for New Zealand, much better than all the other silly options. Was it the laser kiwi? You can find Polaris, the North Pole, the North Star. So you can find the Big Dipper, the frying pan looking one, and you take the 2 stars that are that make up the far edge away from the handle. So you've got the 3 stars that make up the handle of the saucepan, and then you've got the 4 stars that make up the saucepan itself. And you take the 2 stars that are the furthest from the handle, and the way that they're pointing, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that is Polaris. That's the North Star, and it's called the North Star because of the way that Earth's axis is tilted and pointing. It is basically pointing at that star, which means that whenever the Earth turns, the star doesn't really move relative to North Pole. It's just always above the North Pole. So that one is always pointing at north. Unfortunately, in the south, the other end of Earth's axis isn't really pointing to any particular star or star cluster. It's just like a patch of dark sky, a really, really dark patch of sky. And so we don't have a south star. But what we do have is the Southern Cross, which is this star formation here. And if you can find that, it's relatively prominent. There are a few star constellations that are like fake Southern Crosses that look a little bit like it, but they're not as bright. But if you look for the Southern Cross and you find it, then you look at the long axis of the Southern Cross, and that you just kind of follow that along until you hit a really bright star. And exactly halfway between that, in that patch of darkness, in halfway point, that's south. So it's a little bit more convoluted than the North Star, but you can still find south using the Southern Cross. The Southern Cross is pointing at a star, and the gap between those two is south. That's another thing that I used to tell kids on my sleepovers at the zoo when we're walking around after dark, and I'd get to a real dark patch and be like, "Let's learn about the stars." I remember when I went from Australia first ever time to the UK, looking up at the sky and going, wow, this is so different and weird. It's really cool life travel moments. Yeah. When you first realise that the moon is upside down as well. You're like, oh, I'm looking at the moon from the other way up. You can always use a compass too. If you've got a compass, what if I've stripped you naked and you've escaped from my basement? I mean, what if for some reason you found yourself without any items and you're running through the New Zealand wilderness completely without any way of navigating, and there's some way that you can't just wait till morning because there's some psycho chasing you and you need to know which way is south. Next round. Can you guess which landmark is in Australia? Is that landmark in Australia? Is that landmark in Australia? Is that landmark in Australia? Or is that landmark in Australia? I don't actually know. I don't know this one. I don't recognize any of these landmarks. I think they want you to guess this one because people think of Australia as like a big barren desert, and that's kind of true. So maybe it's that one. I feel like that could be in Australia, but I have no idea what that building is, so no idea. That one, there are parts of Australia where maybe that could work, but it looks a little bit too jungle-like for me. I'm kind of thinking this one. I'm kind of thinking that maybe this is in some port city, maybe like Adelaide or something. Maybe there's just like a lookout point, but I don't actually know. What do we think? Quick, say 5e after so you don't end up on a watch list. Is the second one the Kimberleys? Beats me. The phases of the moon go backwards then? Well, it still goes forwards. It's just that the moon is upside down. The one with the clouds. Thanks. Yeah, that one, or that one. It's one of those four, is it? The Cannon one looks a little bit like South America's. The last one could be the termite mounds in northern WA. The third one could be Port Adelaide, maybe. Let's guess. I'm going to go with my instinct. Nope. This one. It is. It is the... it is some sort of termite mounds, maybe. The Blue Grotto. Is it Ebai Island? Is it Blue Eye Cave? Is it Singapore? Is it called the Singapore Flyer? Is it called the Pinnacles Desert? Is it called the Sundarbans? Is it called Oceania House? Or is it called St. Stephen's Cathedral? Got to be the Pinnacles, right? It's got to be Pinnacles. It's got to be Pinnacles, surely. Until it's too obvious and it's red herring. Nah, it's Pinnacles. It's called the Pinnacles Desert. This one was Fortin de la Galera, which does sound South America. So whoever said South America, well done. You probably got it right there. If you want to look it up, the Fortin de la Galera. This one is Cathedral of Brasilia, which probably is in Brasilia, and this is Vinhales Valley. Where is Vinhales Valley? Copy. Paste. Vinhales Valley. Vinhales Valley. It's in Cuba. Great, Cuba. Next round. Can you guess the national emblem of Australia? The national emblem of Australia. It's probably not the one that says Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. It's probably not the one that says Vietnam on it. It could be the one with the kangaroo and the emu. Do you reckon it might be the one with the kangaroo and the emu? Could it be that one, maybe? There is one that looked kind of like a boomerang. Yeah, I think it might be the one with the kangaroo and the emu that says Australia. Should we go for that one? Oh wow, the one that says Vietnam was Vietnam, and the one that says Federated States of Micronesia was Micronesia, apparently. The one that says Nauru was Nauru. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. All right, next round. What are the two most spoken languages in Australia? 72% of people will speak English. And 2.7% of people speak what? Now, interestingly, there were so many different indigenous tribes of Australia. There were so many different Aboriginal peoples that I don't think they ever had like a unified language. I could be mistaken, but I don't think that they had like a unified Aboriginal language. So I don't think that there'll be Aboriginal. No. What would there be? What would be the 2.7% of Australians speak Australian? Mandarin? I was thinking Mandarin might be the just by the numbers game. I think Mandarin's probably worth a shot. Mandarin Chinese. It is Mandarin Chinese, yeah. 'Tis Mandarin Chinese, English and Mandarin Chinese. The two most spoken languages. Only 72% of people in Australia speak English. That's surprisingly low. I thought it would have been in the high 90s. Well, mid-90s. Very interesting. How do you say my name is in English? Well, we'll go with my name is for the English. And then we'll go with the one that looks like it's written in Mandarin Chinese for the Mandarin Chinese one. Wow. What a hard round, that one. The fact it goes 72 to 27 is funny. Yes, it is funny, and it's also funny that it's like, so 72% is the most widely spoken one, followed by 2.7%, which takes us to 74.7%, which means that everything below second place, there are less than 2.7% of people that speak them, which means that we've got 74.7. We've still got to account for 25.3% of people divided by 2.69 at the most. That's going to be at least 9.5 to 10 languages at least that are the rest of Australia speaks, which is what I mean by like the Aboriginal folks didn't have their own unified language, it seems, because I imagine that like 2% of Australians speak one particular Aboriginal language and another 2% speak another one and another 1% speak another one. And I would guess. My mum and I went on a hot air balloon ride to see the sunrise in Australia. We drove down the middle of the continent to Alice Springs and worked at a ranch. Nice. I've wanted to do that, actually. That's on my to-do list of things that I'd love to get around to. Do like a little road trip through Australia and see some lesser seen places. Most of our kids here as a second language learn Japanese or Mandarin. Makes sense. I guess there's a ton of tiny factions of different Aboriginal languages. Yeah, probably, yeah. That's what I found funny. Didn't notice it was the numbers inverse. I also assume that some speak more than one language. Yeah, probably, yeah. If we send all of the Super Lord of the Rings fans to Aussieland, the second place could become Silverin Elvish. Could well be. Alright, next round. Population and currency. What's the estimated population of Australia? To give you some context, New Zealand is 5 million. And Australia is a lot larger. I think Sydney alone is more than the population of New Zealand. But I could be mistaken about that. 47 million. So you reckon they're 35 plus. You reckon they're less than 15. It's definitely more than 15. Well, I would say definitely, but I would be very surprised if it was less than 15. 5.1. I'd be inclined to say it's somewhere around the 28 million. It's larger, but we all live on the coast. I'm going 20 million. I would definitely be inclined to go one of these two. I think it's just over 25. Let's see. Biggest cities in Australia. We've got Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra, Adelaide, Perth, Brisbane, Darwin. And then everyone else lives in towns within like 10 miles of the ocean. So if each city has like 1 million people, that's like 7 million, and then another double that for all the people that don't live in the cities. Darwin isn't that big. I know it's not. I was just naming the biggest places, and Darwin isn't that big. I'm starting to talk myself down from about 28 to about 20. State of California has 39 million, so we're saying Australia's less than one state, and that's wild. Hobart is technically a city, is it? Hobart's a city, but the Tassie population is like 500,000. Yeah. There's 3 really big, and there's 4 middle big. I could go with just over 20. Yeah. Sydney is fucking huge. And Melbourne's pretty big as well. But Perth isn't, and that's already getting into like the not really that big anymore. Brisbane I think is pretty big. So yeah, I reckon it's this one. Ah, fucking goddamn it! I said 28! Why did I doubt my instincts? Look how fucking close that is to 28 million. God damn it. I talked myself down. 28 million, almost on the fucking dot. That's so close to 18. So close to 28. Sorry, Rob, we led you astray. You did lead me astray. less than 45,000 in it. Bugger. What is the currency used in Australia? Euros, pounds, dollars, or metical? Why is dollary-doos not an option? Dollary-doos is an option. It is this one. They use the Australian dollar. Australian. Can you organise the 4 most populated cities of Australia in the right order? I think we should be. Hey, 5 million. I even said that for Sydney, didn't I? Boom, Sydney, baby. I think Brisbane is probably bigger than Melbourne, isn't it? Brisbane or Melbourne? I think maybe Melbourne. It's not even close either. It's like one is double the size of the other. It should be obvious to me. I have been to Brisbane, but not in 18 years now. I've been to Melbourne. Melbourne is quite spread out. There's no Melbourne. No. Melbourne can't have the population of New Zealand plus. It's got to be that one. It's got to be that. God damn it! It's the wrong way around. Melbourne's got more than the population of all of New Zealand? Holy shit. Today we learned. Also, I know that Perth City does not have 2 million, so it must be talking about the entire region, which makes much more sense. Like the Perth region, not like all of Western Australia, but it definitely is including like a much wider metropolis kind of zone than just the city. Led him Australian. Nice. We'll trust you. They're your neighbours. I live in Brisbane. I'm confident it's less than Melbourne. Well, you're right. It's very densely populated, yeah. Perth is basically the entire population of WA. That is true. All right, next round. Can you guess the top exported product of Australia? This is usually the section of Wordle where I start to lose any interest. What does Australia export? Racism? Is that? No, that's not an option. Okay. What does it export? Sausages? Barbecues? Shrimp? Cork hats? Beef, gas and coal? Fish? Wood? Prisoners? That's imports. This section of Wordle always messes with me because it's like it's usually so nothing to do with the stereotype that it's like aeroplane parts and you're like, what? How was I meant to fucking Foster's? Beer, alcohol, drinks. What the fuck do I have to put to beverages? Okay, beverages. There we are. Beverages. No, beverages is not one of them. Beef. Meat. Meat. No, meat is not one of them. Coal. Natural gas. What the fuck do I have to do for fossil fuels? How do I... Fuel. Mineral fuels, oils and waxes. That's not going to be right, is it? Mineral fuels. Is coal a mineral fuel? Power. Power. Electricity. Electrical machinery or equipment. What in the world was natural gas trying to give you with impregnate? Natural... Impregnated, coated or laminated textile fabrics. Let's try that. Mineral fuels, oils and waxes. Oh, bam, we did it. We got the percentage. Mineral fuels, oils and waxes is the highest product. To Total percentage of the exports. 74%. Precious metals and stones. Oh yeah, because of the fucking mining. The mining over in Western Australia. 30% of their imports. Ores, slag and ash, precious metals and stones. 20% of their import. Salt, sulfur, cement. 15% of their import. Bam, did it. Nailed it. Oh, I almost got it right. 35% of Australia's imports are mineral fuels, oils and waxes. 28% is from ores, slag and ash. Australians have a lot of slags. The Australian slags, like, they are good quality. 5% precious metals and stones, 3% salt, sulfur, lime, cement, etc., and 3% cereal. What? Which is wildly guessing at this point. Basically, shit they mine up out of the ground, 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 and cereal. That's our breakdown of what Australia exports. 97% of Australia's exports are shit they mine up out of the ground. Size of Australia, fucking massive. 2 million plus, easily. 7.7 million square kilometers. We did it! We made it all the way to the end of a worldle, and we did pretty freaking well too. Nice. Shit that tastes and cereal, which is shit that tastes like it was mined up out of the ground. Shit that grows up out of the ground. Alright, what time is it? 20 past noon? Do you guys want to do one more quick game of something? What's a nice quick game? What do you guys want to play? It's heckin' huge. It's approximately the size of the US. Yep. Yep. 'Tis big. Should we do the in-betweenal? That is a fun one, actually. We haven't done that in a while. In-betweenal. Oh, I think it's just called betweenal. 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 The daily word. Let's do it. All right. Give me a 5-letter word. I usually like to go somewhere in the middle of the alphabet, but we don't have to. You'd like Clues by Sam? I'll try that one next then, maybe. Infinite craft. Naive. Naive's a good starting word. Naive. Enter. Boom. All right, it is after naive in the alphabet, and it is quite far after naive in the alphabet. So we're probably looking at somewhere around the V-ish mark, I'd say. Maybe U or T, somewhere there maybe. Wolfie. Is wolfie going to count as a word maybe? That's a pretty wolfy animal there. It's not counting as a word. Unite. Unite's a pretty good one to narrow down the options. Okay, it's between naive and unite, but it is pretty close to unite. So we're looking at maybe T or S. Trust. Trust is a pretty good one. Trust. Okay, we're extremely close to trust. It is probably a T and maybe even a TR. Tramp. Should we try tramp for the tramp stamp today? For the tramp stamping a beholder? It is between tramp and trust. And it's still very close to trust. So it's definitely TR. And it's probably an O or a U. Truce. Truce could be it. Do we want to try truce? Okay, it's between truce and trust. T-R-U something. It's not truth, because that would be after trust. Trunk. Trunk could be good. Trunk. God damn it, man. It's exactly equidistant between trunk and trust. It will probably be the only word that is between them somehow. Truss. Could be truss. Trun. So if it was trun, it would be trun. We don't know. Trun. It'd be that's not a word. Truck. Truss. I think it's truss. I think you're right. It is truss. Can't believe we said trust and it was truss. How amazing. What a good guess. Trust Trump. No. No. What did you say? Clues by Sam. Clues by Sam. What is this? Oh. Play the tutorial. Sure. Oh yeah, one of these games, I see. Solving a tutorial. Easy peasy. My neighbor Bob is a criminal. Click on him to identify him. Bam. He's a criminal. Correct. Alice is the only innocent in my row. Oh, Alice is innocent. So we've got Clyde is a criminal and Dave is a criminal. Clyde says everyone speaks the truth, even us criminals. And Dave says I have exactly 2 innocent neighbors. Gabe is one of them. So it tells me that diagonals count as neighbors. Gabe says I have an innocent directly below me. Hilda is also innocent as per Dave's clue. Hilda says Kevin, Olga and Sue are below Gabe, but only Kevin is directly below him. That's just telling me how the term direct means. I have an innocent directly below me, which is innocent. Even cops can be criminals. In fact, this time both of them are, which means that, who is he? He's a pilot. We've got a cop, so cop here is a criminal, and cop is a criminal. There are exactly 2 innocents in row 4, so this is row 4. The only innocent in row 5 is a farmer, so we've got that farmer is an innocent, and this is a criminal. We've learned that by combining Quinn's and Ray's clues, it tells you something about Pete. So Quinn says exactly 2 here, and Ray says I have exactly 2 innocent neighbors in row 4. Which means that Pete is not an innocent. Innocents in my row are connected, therefore Neo must be. You said an innocent is connected, so it can't be these 2 that are innocent. So it means that it's these 2 or these 2, which means that Neo is innocent. Maddie is also innocent, he says. This one is criminal. What about Olga? Don't forget what Quinn said. And Maddie and Neo have 2 innocent neighbors in common. Izzy is one of them, so Izzy is innocent. You can tap on clues to dim the ones you don't need anymore. Oh, okay. That's handy. So I don't need this one. I've already dealt with this one. I've done that one. Did this one. I did that one and this one. I've got all the information from this one, which was this one and this one. Exactly 2 innocents. And this one was done. That told me this. That one's done. This one's done. This one's done. This one's done. I'm still working on that one. I did that one. Maddie and Neo, these 2, have 2 innocent neighbors in common, which means that these 2 aren't in common with this one, which means that Jane must also be innocent, which means that this one's now done. There are 9 criminals on the edges, like Pete and Quinn. So 9 criminals on the edges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These 2 must be criminals. Which means that one's done. There are more criminals among cops than any other profession. And criminal here, you can check the bottom of the page for more detailed instructions. What do we know about Frank? There are more criminals among cops than any other profession, but the cops are here, which means that pilots, so there's 2 cops. There's 1 doctor, but one of them's there's 3 coders, but one of them's a. So then there's only 2 pilots, which means that this must be innocent. You did it. You caught them all. You're correct. I do love this game. The screen is too tiny to read the words. Yeah, that's fair enough. I have to try this myself. It's a fun one. I like logic games. Frank is obviously innocent. Oh no. All right, let me move it across here a little bit so that I can see it while still seeing chat. Damn it, clicking the wrong buttons. All right, let me move myself over here so that I can see what you guys are seeing while I move shit around. Okay. Clues by Sam. Today. Okay. Adam, singer. There's an odd number of criminals to the left of Cheryl. Cheryl, left, odd number, Betty. Exactly 2 of the 3 criminals in row 5 are Olive's neighbours. Exactly 2 of the 3 in row 5. So there are 3 criminals in this row, and exactly 2 of them are Olive's neighbours. So this one and this one are criminals. Criminal and criminal. I won't dull this one yet because we don't know which of these is a criminal. So that's still information that we haven't actually used. Vince, all the criminals in row 5 are connected. Okay, so now we've got this one and this one, which means this one's done and this one's done. I am one of Rose's 5 criminal neighbours. So Rose has 5 criminal neighbours. We will use that later. Zavi says both innocents in row 3 are Rose's neighbours. Okay, which means that John is a criminal. You never skipped school, did you? No, I did not. Both the innocents in row 3 are Rose's neighbours. So Rose has 5 criminal neighbours. Rose has 8 neighbours total. Both of the innocents in row 3 are Rose. So there's 2 innocents in row 3. There's 1 here, which means the other 5 are all criminals, which means Pam is a criminal, and Terry is a criminal, and one of these 3 is a criminal. But we don't know which, so I'll leave that there for now. I have also not yet used this information. Freya and Isaac have an equal number of criminal neighbours, was Freya. Freya and Isaac have an equal number of criminal neighbours. So Freya has at least 1, at least 2, at most 4. So Freya has between 2 and 4 criminal neighbours. Isaac has between 2 and 4 criminal neighbours. I don't think I can do anything with that yet because 2 of these people are innocent and these could be these 2. At most 1 of them is criminal, which means that at least 1 of these is criminal. Only 1 of the 4 criminals neighbouring Henry is Pam's neighbour. So Henry is here. Only 1 of the 4 criminals neighbouring Henry is Pam's neighbour. Where's Pam? I've lost Pam. There she is. So he has 4 of them. Only 1 of them is neighbouring her, which means that 1 of these 2 is the criminal. Which means that Nick is innocent. Okay. Only 1 of the 4 criminals neighbouring Henry. So that's telling me that Henry has got 4. So 1 of these is innocent, 1 of these is not. I don't think I know any more information about that yet. 4 criminals is Henry's so there's 4 more Henry, so there's 3 more around Henry. And there's at least 2 around Isaac. At most 4 around Isaac. We don't know if Henry is a criminal though. Okay, yeah, doesn't tell me anything yet. There's an odd number of innocents in row 2. Row 2 is this one. There's an odd number of innocents. There's 1 or 3 innocents. That doesn't tell me anything yet, does it? It might do with some other stuff. I'll go back through it in a second. All the criminals in row C, in column C, are connected. So they could... So if Mary is a criminal, then Rose is a criminal. If Henry's a criminal, then Mary and Rose are criminals. If Cheryl was a criminal, then Cheryl, Henry, Mary, and Rose are all criminals, which means that Isaac would have 3 criminals here. Lisa would be an innocent. This would be an innocent. Odd number of innocents in row 2, so I would need 1 or 3. So either one of them or all of them are innocent. Isaac would have had 1, 2, 3 criminals next to them, so he would have either 3 or 4 criminals in adjacency. Freya has equal number as Isaac, so would need 3 or 4. So these would, it doesn't tell me much other than the fact that at least one of those would be innocent. If Cheryl was a criminal, at least one of these would be a criminal. Rose has 5 criminal neighbours. I'm working on that already. I'm working on that assumption. Oh yeah, because if Cheryl was a criminal, Mary's a criminal, which means Lisa's innocent, which means that Gary would be a criminal. So if Cheryl's a criminal, then Henry, Gary, Mary, and Rose are all criminals, and Lisa's innocent, which means that Evie's innocent because Isaac has the same number of Freya, and she would have 3. If Isaac's innocent and Gary's a criminal, Henry's a criminal, that means Freya's a criminal because there's only an odd number of this. Then does any of that work? Odd number of innocents in row 2, that would work because Isaac would be the only innocent. One of Rose's 5, that would also work because Mary would be and Lisa wouldn't. Both innocents in row 3. Rose's neighbours, that's the one that I haven't really gotten to, so one of these. So then Lisa and Nick would both be innocent. Both the ones in row 3 are her neighbours, that would work. Freya and Isaac have equal number, that would work. Terry, only one of the 4 criminals neighbouring Henry is Pam's neighbour. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. It would be 4 criminals, only one of which is Pam's neighbour, and all of them would be connected. So that technically works. What I've just done technically works. It doesn't mean that it's the solution. It just means that there's no logical inconsistencies with Cheryl being a criminal. So now I guess I go through it in reverse and say if Cheryl isn't a criminal, what does that mean? Maybe there's a logical inconsistency that pops up, in which case it tells us who everybody is at that point. All right, I'm going to look at the chat now. Math is nothing if not logical. Math is just applied logic. Similar to Minesweeper? Yeah, I used to love that as well. There's a worrying number of criminals in this small town. Especially because some of them are cops. Rose is the town's gossip. Lisa isn't innocent, just no one's caught her yet. She did have 4 husbands that all perished under mysterious circumstances. We started world building anyway. Just story gaming stream using this game because we've started anyway. Scroll up and read about Cotton Burb Joe. Okay, Cotton Burb Joe. Cotton Burb Joe, where did you come from? Where did you go? Emu, who just appeared in my town one day and ran around for like an hour. He's called Cotton Burb Joe because we knew neither where he came from nor where he went. Nice. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Burb Joe? Ba-da-beep-bop-ba-do. I've been married a long time ago. Alright, if Cheryl is innocent, Isaac can have a maximum of 3 criminals next to him, 2 of which we know to be criminals. If Cheryl is innocent, then at most one of these 2 is innocent. Doesn't help me yet, but it does mean that Henry has 1, 2, maybe 3, 4, because one of these 2 has to be a criminal. If Cheryl is innocent, then one of these 2 has to be a criminal. So that's 1, 2, 3. So Henry would have 3 there, and then possibly the 4th, either here or here. And Henry only has 4, which means that one of these 4 people would be innocent, and the other 3 would be which means that Isaac would have to be innocent. Or have I just fucked that up? Could it be that Isaac is also guilty? Because Isaac has the same number as Freya, so has a maximum of 2, but a minimum of 2, but a maximum of 3. 1, 2, 3. If all of those are, if all of them are, then on the maximum of 1 is here. So Henry definitely has an innocent here and a guilty here. They can't both be. Yeah, they can't both be. So one of these has to be innocent. One of them has to be guilty, which counts for 1 and 2. And then one of these 2 has to be, which is 3. And then either the other one is as well, and Henry isn't. No, because if these 2 are and Henry isn't, then both of these have to be innocent. It could be that Gary and Lisa are both innocent and Cheryl is innocent, which means that Isaac has only 2 guilty neighbours. If these 2 are both innocent and this is innocent, then all 3 of these have to be guilty. So Henry, Cheryl, Gary and Lisa would have... So if Cheryl was innocent... No, because that was another if that I introduced with the Gary and Lisa. We didn't know that Cheryl being innocent forces Gary and Lisa to be innocent. It could still be that one of them isn't. So I was doing some nested ifs then. So if Cheryl was innocent and Gary and Lisa are both innocent, then Henry is innocent. And Mary, Isaac and Evie are not. Let's try not do some nested ifs here. Go start me on stream. No worries, nerd. Thanks for being here. See you later. I suspect Henry's a painter. You can't trust these artistic types. The thing about this game, it won't let you guess or test a theory. There'll always be a next logical conclusion, and even if you guess a right answer past that, it won't give it to you. Oh, interesting. So if I just clicked on Cheryl and said she has to be innocent, it wouldn't tell me if I was right or wrong, because it's like, you can't have logically worked that out yet. I'm not just going to give you the answer because you can't yet have gotten to that answer from the information we've given you. That's really interesting. I like that. One of Lisa or Mary has to be innocent. Has to be guilty, you said? Yes, one of these 2 has to be guilty. Because of Rose having 5 criminal neighbours. So one of these 2 is definitely guilty, one of them is definitely innocent. If Mary is guilty, Rose is guilty. If Mary is innocent, Henry and Cheryl are innocent. Odd number of innocents in row 2. So if Henry's innocent, he could be the only innocent, or there's 2 other innocents there as well. Both innocents in row 3 are Rose's neighbours. Rose is this one. Both innocents are yeah, so either way that works. So this one and this one basically just tells me the same information. Freya and Isaac have an equal number of criminal neighbours. I've been working on that assumption for a while now, so I definitely remember that. There's an odd number of innocents in row 2. We've been working on that assumption too. Only one of the criminals neighbouring Henry is Pam's neighbour. So one of the criminals... Yeah, so again, that just tells me one of these is a criminal. It also tells me that 1, 2... So it tells me that exactly two of Gary, Cheryl, Evie and Isaac are criminals. So with that information, I should be able to work it out. Exactly 2 of those 4 people are criminals. So if Cheryl is a criminal, Henry and Mary are also criminals, which means that Isaac has got 3 criminals connected to him. Lisa has to be Lisa would have to be innocent, which means that Isaac... I feel like I need to click... Is there any way to... Is there any way to click in like Minecraft and not Minecraft, like Minesweeper, and say, can I mark as? Or do I have to do that on a separate piece of paper? Why do we not have a D? N-O-P-R-T V dub X Z. Alright. Highlighter time, baby. Highlighter time. So, if Cheryl is blue, that's bad guy, then Henry, M, R, and X are all bad guys. We know that this and this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one are all bad guys. So if the 3 of them were bad guys, then Isaac and Freya have... and I need to mark the good guys too. I'll mark those in yellow. So we know that to be a good guy, we know Nick to be a good guy, we know Zed to be a good guy. So if this happened, starting with Cheryl, if Cheryl was that, then Isaac can have 3 or 4 bad guys. But if Mary is a bad guy, then Lisa is guaranteed to be a good guy. Which means that Freya can have at most 3. Isaac's already got 3, which means that Freya has to have 3, which means that Gary, would have to be a bad guy. That means that Henry has now got his 4 bad guys, because it would be Betty, Cheryl, Gary, and Mary, which means that Isaac and Evie would have to be good guys. And there has to be an odd number of good guys in row 2, which would mean that Freya is also a good guy. And the only one we don't know is Olive. Olive, what do we know about Olive? I guess one of the people that we would then reveal would give me Olive. Would all of that work if I looked at it this way? Rose's 5 criminal neighbours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Both innocents in row 3 are Rose's neighbours. Correct. Freya and Isaac have an equal number of criminal neighbours. That would be correct. Only one of the 4 criminals neighbouring Henry is Pam's neighbour. That would be correct. There's an odd number of innocents in row 2. That would be correct. and all criminals in row C are connected, and column C are connected, which would be correct. Alright. So there's no logical inconsistencies that happen if Cheryl's a bad guy. So that is a working theory that Cheryl could be a bad guy. Okay, I need to do it again now. A, B, C, E, F, G, H, I, J, L, M, N, O, P, R, T, V, W, X, Z. We got this. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this, everybody. Alright, good people. That is A, N, and Z. And bad people. We've got B, J, P, V, W, X, T. Those are definite. Now, I'm gonna try it with if Cheryl is good now. If Cheryl is good, what does that tell me? Well, it tells me that Isaac can again only have a maximum of 3. So either way, Isaac can only have a maximum of 3 good neighbours, which means that Freya can also have a maximum of 3 bad neighbours, which means that Freya can also have a maximum of 3 bad neighbours, which means that G or L is guaranteed to be good, and M or L is guaranteed to be good. That does not have to be the same good, though. It could be that Gary and Mary are both good. Lisa can be the bad guy from both. Okay. So if she's good, then we've got a maximum of 3 bad neighbours for Isaac. Okay, what else does it tell me? It tells me that Henry has 4 bad neighbours. We know that much. One of them is here, guaranteed. One of them is here, guaranteed. Not necessarily the same one. So if it was L, then those 2 are accounted for, and only 2 of his are accounted for, which would mean it's E and I. But if it's G and M, then it's only 1 of E or I. And if it was G and M, and that would force E and I, which would mean 1, 2, 3. Sorry, if it was L, then it would force E and I, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4 for him. And then H and M would also have to be, which it can't be, which means L can't be bad, which means Lisa is good. There's an equal number of innocents in columns B and C. Okay, well, C has to have at least 1 innocent. It has to be Cheryl. And at most, Henry, which means that Mary is evil. Because if there's an equal number of innocents in columns... Well, we already knew that Mary was evil because we knew that these 2 would have to be criminals. Gary can't logically be identified as criminal from the over... Actually, he can. Actually, he genuinely can, and I think you're wrong. Because Isaac and Freya are sharing the same number of people, and either way, I've worked out either way that Isaac can have a maximum of 3 bad guys next to him, and a minimum of 2. No, a minimum of. I worked it out. that Gary and Lisa have to be opposites. Maybe I was mistaken, but I did work it out that Gary and Lisa have to be, because I worked through both possibilities of Cheryl being either good or bad, and either way it led to Isaac having exactly 3 bad neighbours. Exactly 3. Or was it a maximum of 3? Maybe it was a maximum of 3. E, H, and M would have to be... Maybe it was a maximum of 3. And John and Betty... Okay, yeah, maybe... I don't know. I feel like it was a maximum... It was exactly 3. But now I don't remember where the logic was where I came to that. But at least we know that Mary is definitely from the 5 down here. So now we've got that one right, and we've got that one right. And Mary means that roses. We know that much. We know that Cheryl is innocent. We know that for sure. And then if Gary's innocent, then Henry's innocent. But if Gary is criminal, then Henry's criminal. So we can work out stuff from that in a second. But I'll check what else we've got given now. They never taught how to do tax fraud in school. I had to learn it myself. Yeah. They never taught how to sell a pig in a pig in a poke in school. Useless place. There are more criminal coders than criminal cops. Okay, that's going to be useful, I guess. We've got a criminal cop there. One. So we're a 1 at 1. We've got so this one has to be a criminal. No one's hacked into my teacher's PC, but all I found was solitaire. Okay. Either Isaac is innocent and these two are guilty, or these two are innocent and Isaac is innocent. So either way, Isaac's innocent. Thank goodness it's Friday. This school talk gives me the chills. Equal number of innocents. That's fine. Freya and Isaac have equal number of criminal neighbours. So we've got if Gary's a criminal, Henry's a criminal, and Evie's a criminal. If Gary's innocent, then Henry was innocent, so Evie's a criminal. So these two are the same, and this one's opposite. And Henry has 4 criminal neighbours. 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, criminal. Interesting. There are 5 innocents on the edges. Didn't I just establish that Evie had to be opposite them? Maybe I just missed that. And you have to be a criminal also. I skipped directly to medical school, and I skipped that as well. 5 innocents on the edges, I've done that. More criminal coders and cops, I've used that. I drew funny cartoons of my teacher. Still, she gave me an A. Disappointing. Only one of those is Mary's neighbour. I did that one. All criminals are connected. Did that one. Freya and Isaac have an equal number of criminal neighbours. I did that one. But this one, one of these that said 5 on the outside, which means this one's criminal. Solved in less than 27 minutes. Nice. Mark rose red. Rose red. Shall I ever see thee wed? This one took Rackham about 10 minutes, me about 15 for comparison. Agrees that Rose is guilty unless Xavi is the only bad guy in C. Well, yeah. Well, that unless is enough to not mark her as guilty. If you ask for a hint, first it will highlight the relevant clues for your next step. If you request a second hint, it tells you which person you should know next. Oh, that's cool. I stick by Rose needing to be a criminal if all the ones in column C are connected. Yeah, but you don't know that because it could have been that Xavi is a criminal and the rest of them were innocent, which would still account for all of them being connected. Your next logical conclusion's not their next logical conclusion. But if Cheryl and Evie are both evil, and Isaac only has 2. If Cheryl and Evie were evil, then Henry and Mary would also be evil because all of the C is connected, and we had Xavi as being evil, which means that if Cheryl was evil, it necessitated Henry, Mary, and Rose all being evil, so that they were all connected, which would mean that Isaac would have at minimum 3, maximum 4. Logic puzzles are excellent for brain surgery rehabilitation. Nice. I'm glad I don't live here. Yeah, there's only fucking six good people in the 20 people in town. Poor Dr. Lisa, always surrounded by red. Yeah, Lisa just completely surrounded by crims. I can't believe I logicked something. Never been my strong suit. Brain's done. Thanks for the stream, Rob. Gotta eat and unwind. No worries, I gotta eat and unwind as well. I was amused when Milo started singing that on Blood on the Clock Tower because we use it as a warm-up at choir sometimes. It's cool, eh? It's a nice, nice little in the round. Rose, rose, rose red. I never see thee wed. I will marry at thy will when thou will. Cool. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Thanks for being cool patrons, supporting me on Patreon and our YouTube members. I'll see you in the next stream. Tomorrow morning we'll be doing behind the screen of the final episode of the campaign. I'm very excited. We'll have lots to talk about. And then we'll be talking about even more the next day when we finish it off, second part of it. So lots to do. I'm off to get some food now. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.